Namaste and greetings. I, Fiza Mahajan, visiting researcher at IMPRI, Impact and Policy Research Institute, New Delhi, Prabhav एवं नीति अनुसंधान संस्थान, Nai Delhi, extend a warm welcome to you all for joining us today for Day 8 of the Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship, an online international winter school program. This 3-month Immersive Leadership Certificate Training Fellowship is proudly brought to you by the IMPRI Center for International Relations and Strategic Studies and IMPRI Gender Impact Studies Center in collaboration with the Asia Foundation. Our chair for this program is Professor Vibhuti Patel ji.
Namaste.
Namaste, ma'am. Visiting distinguished professor at IMPRI and former professor at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. We are grateful for her continued guidance and leadership. The experts for today are Ms. Nandita Baruah, the Asia Foundation's country representative in India, and Dr. Simi Mehta, CEO and editorial director at IMPRI. This will be followed by the presentation by the fellows, and we'll share the video recordings of each session to support flexible learning at your convenience. The guidelines document will be emailed to you after the session for your perusal. And again, before we start today's session, I would like to announce housekeeping rules. It is imperative that you join the meeting on time. There will be a Q&A session after each presentation. Share your questions in the Q&A box and not in the chat box. The question must not be posted as an anonymous attendee. Ensure that your questions are precise and refrain from making general comments in question to save time. Now, without any further ado, I would like to request Professor Vibhuti Patel to start the session with her opening remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Fiza, for welcoming. And welcome to the 8th day of Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship. First of all, we all need to congratulate as well as thank the team from Asia Foundation, Ms. Nandita Baruah and Ms. Apurva Singh, and also the IMPRI team from Dr. Arjun Kumar, Dr. Simi Mehta, and the whole IMPRI team, which has really made Herculean task much easier for us. And we had very rewarding session and intellectually invigorating and electrifying sessions on various dimensions of feminist foreign policy. And we are now embarking on a much more important phase of your presentations, and we will start with the presentations. Today we have 20 presentations. On Sunday also we'll have another 20, and on 13th we'll have 20. So total 60 presentations of detailed abstract will be made, and the rules will be explained to you by Fiza. Thank you.
All right, so I'm honored to call upon our first expert for today, Ms. Nandita Baruah, the Asia Foundation's country representative in India, who will address us on the topic of feminist foreign policy, evolving issues. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Fiza. Fiza, how many minutes do I have to speak? 20 minutes? 25? What am I looking at?
Yes, ma'am, around 20 to 25 minutes, followed by the Q&A session.
Right, thank you. Right, thank you, everybody, and good afternoon to all of you. It's actually late evening here. I'm actually today addressing you all from Canberra, where I had come for a meeting. I would like to begin by, of course, first congratulating IMPRI and the team at IMPRI, and definitely the leadership of Simi, Dr. Arjun Kumar and Dr. Vibhuti Patel for really conducting this series of immersive winter school program that all of you have been involved in. I also want to congratulate those who participated for having really taken the effort to be a part of this process continuously, and for having written your papers, which of course will now be reviewed, as Professor Vibhuti Patel said. My team at the Asia Foundation, Apurva and colleagues, who have also been consistently working very hard to make sure that this whole process with IMPRI goes off smoothly, and we are able to get the participation, the feedback, and also facilitate the learning that we are doing on this particular topic, which actually is fairly new in the Asian context. So it's interesting that I'm here right now in Canberra and speaking to you from here because, Australia actually has been also at the forefront of doing a lot of work in feminist foreign policy. And I think without necessarily claiming it that way, there has been a very strong focus on JETSI in Australia. I've been a part of a lot of conversations in the last 1 week that I've been here which is also given me more food for thought as to what we could do in this space of feminist foreign policy, as we call it, an evolving issue. So this is your second last lecture. You have a last session to go. So I'm sure in all of these days that you have had all these various lectures, you've probably heard from various scholars, practitioners, diplomats, bureaucrats, academicians, development sector personnel, and have already probably formed some level of understanding and opinion on the issue. So I'm going to kind of put it, and so it also makes my task easier, so I don't have to go to the basics. But I'm going to try, and maybe some of it, what I'm saying may recapitulate what you've already heard. But let's begin by saying, when we say feminist foreign policy is evolving, I'm not going to go into the definition, that's probably been covered. So why do we say it's evolving? I think what we are saying is, in the past decades, you see, countries of globally have witnessed various degrees of political, social, environmental, ecological, economic upheaval. Recently, in the last year or so, we have seen major conflicts playing out in the world stage. You've seen Ukraine breaking up in conflict. You're seeing the conflict in Gaza. More recently, the conflict is back in Syria, in Aleppo. These are the big conflicts, but there are also the smaller skirmishes that continue to simmer in countries across. Within our own country in India, we have had issues with the Maoist movement for a long time, and also smaller ethnic conflict all over the eastern part of India. Now, why am I saying this? The reason I'm saying is this: any turmoil of any nature, and especially turmoils big and small, they end up impacting maximum the marginalized section of the society the most. Women in particular, women and children, elderly, people who are differently able, or people with less ability, and people really those who lack agency in their day-to-day lives, in the very process of economic access, political access, social security, and social access. And why is this happening? Obviously, why do certain segments of people have less access, less agencies? Clearly, you've probably been told it's because of patriarchy, right? There is this larger system where men in power tend to yield much more control, have much more access. And while men who are can also and are often marginalized, are coming from those who fall into that category of marginalized people, either differently able or socially, in the lower pecking order in the countries that they are in. Now, these sections of the society, there are two things that require. So whether it is a conflict of the kind we are seeing, whether it's a disaster because there has been, so much of climate change, flooding, you name it, a tsunami, earthquake. I was just reading a little while ago, there was a huge earthquake, which of course didn't do much harm because it's it was in a very developed country in the US and in the Bay Area, but they have the early warning system. Now, these are going to become more frequent, as we are seeing. So climate-related disasters are going to be exacerbated much more in the years to come. Political conflicts are not going to be resolved anytime soon because there are varying interest groups that are working for very, with very narrow agendas. And all of this is going to leave out or impact much more adversely the group we were talking about. So where does feminist foreign policy or policy comes into these? Now, two things are going to happen. One, I think in the countries where conflicts are breaking out, there are many interlocutors. For example, the different people are trying to be either peace builders or trying to negotiate a peace. India is trying to play a big role in trying to make sure that countries give up violence and get into the negotiating table, start discussing, come to an understanding, accommodating different interest groups, whether it's in climate, whether it's in conflicts, like we are seeing rightly. However, what's the challenge here is that when you get to the table to negotiate rights, when you get to the table to negotiate access, when you get to the table to say, let's build back better, most of the times, these marginalized groups that we are talking about get left out of that discourse. There are very few or none targeted interventions that would say, oh, wait a minute, I think we need to look at the socially most marginalized women, even when we are looking at rebuilding from conflict or rebuilding from disaster or rebuilding from an economic downturn. Let's look at what happened to women, and can we, while we negotiate, have a better deal for these women and other marginalized groups. Now, that lens will remain absent unless countries consciously adopt what we are calling a feminist lens to their interactions globally. So, foreign policy. Having said that, I am going to step back a bit and say, for any country to have a globally defined lens that is inclusive as an interlocutor, it's also going to be important that they have that understanding at home as well. So if you don't have an inclusive understanding at home, an equitable lens, a human rights perspective, then of course it's not going to be possible for any country to try and start applying that when they interact with countries outside of your border. So any feminist foreign policy perspective that we talk about building will have to be homegrown. You know, it'll have to be something that would have had to evolve at home in the home countries, which engage in these larger processes of bringing about a well-governed, equitable world order. Need to make sure that they have it. Do they all have it? Do the countries who are largely today on the table for some of these decisions have that? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Some of them do. I mean, the approach in Europe is much older. You see, many more countries started this whole process of, Sweden started it in 2024, followed by France, Luxembourg, Spain, Mexico, Germany, Netherlands. So these countries have announced. Not all of them are in the forefront of larger negotiations for a more equitable world order, but some are. However, sometimes even after announcing a feminist foreign policy or a feminist lens to your foreign policy, countries at home seem to be suffering from a lot of inequities, a lot of challenges, that we see. So I think it's important to keep that in mind, that sometimes just declaring a policy doesn't mean that you have developed as a nation state an equitable lens or are in a position to define an equitable world order. What does it mean? Which is why we say it's evolving. Why is it evolving? Because I think as political regimes change in countries, sometimes even countries who are declared tend to go back and say, okay, I don't think we want to continue with this feminist foreign policy approach. Sometimes which countries which have a declared feminist lens or a gendered lens at their own policy tend to also see a lot of conflict arising out of inequities. Case in point, I mean, a lot of the challenges that we are even seeing today in much of the developed countries, whether it's Canada, sometimes even in countries like Mexico, which are facing challenges. So I think France, not to mention, I think most of these countries are also having to grapple, despite having a declared gendered lens or a feminist lens to their interactions globally, are continuing to face inequities. So a policy by itself or adaptation is not going to change the scenario. So what is going to change the scenario? It's interesting. I think if you look at the global South, if you look at countries in Asia, I think we find that a lot of these countries have actually invested a lot in building a discourse on feminism itself. Let's leave foreign policy aside, just a discourse on feminism, discourse on rights, a gendered discourse. What does it mean? Globally, I think countries have, let's look at the global South for a minute and move the lens from the global North. So countries in the global South have actually engaged extensively on trying to build what are called gender inclusive home policy, whether it's policies against gender-based violence, whether it's policies about equity, policies on GESI, disability, gender budgeting. So even a country like India actually has extensively invested at home on creating more equitable spaces for engagement, recognizing that there is marginalization in the society, recognizing that there is inequity. And that's when I think you start looking at saying those countries who have actually first recognized, step one, two, put in place policies at home that respond to these inequities, and have become important enough to engage at the global stage on a number of foreign policy issues. How are they taking these very learnings from home into the global stage, into their foreign policy space, right? And I think that's a critical challenge that we will need to look at as we say it's evolving. It could well be that a country which is very progressive has a change in leadership and completely goes downhill. I nearly had a cardiac the other day when I saw South Korea had declared martial law. I was like, what happened? What just happened? Thankfully, it was rolled back. But so you can see a country as progressive as South Korea, who has long, I mean, there was an assumption that it has long given up on this militaristic framing of governance, suddenly decided with a leadership to declare martial law, declare an emergency. So I think so backtracking becomes, backsliding becomes very easy. How do you keep countries on top of these issues? In India, it's very interesting. I think we have evolved to the point where we are really extensively today talking about women-led development. Even at COP, I think we are trying to put in equity, inclusion, gender at the base of everything that we discuss with other countries. We're also talking about the fact that the world is a family, Vasudevaya Kutumbakam, as the Prime Minister says. Well, in which case, I think what we are saying is, if you are a collective and if you are connected, then I think you need to be connected ideologically. You need to be connected in your beliefs and what you want to put out for a more equitable world order. Just to say a free and equitable world order will not mean anything unless it is put in practice. Requires a lot of investment. So let's say, what is the investment we are talking about? One, of course, policy. Policies don't come about on their own because, generally men have been at the power, unless there are movements of people from marginalized society, women's movement, feminist movements, rights movement, these which are happening from non-state players. And not just NGOs, and therefore I'm using the term non-state, academic institutions, researchers, think tanks, women's groups, specific interest groups. So all the non-state actors, when they start putting pressure on your government to start seeing them first, hey, I exist, and then saying, I exist and therefore I need to be addressed equitably, and start demanding the rights that the major mainstream, those in power, have. So equitably demanding that. And I think that investment has happened in much of South Asia. Some of South Asia has actually backtracked, and Afghanistan is a case in point. I'd say even other countries in our neighborhood, recently we have seen some backtracking. But I think it's important to say that force behind moving countries to evolve your foreign policy begins at home, and that then translates. So when governments start putting these policies and say, wait a minute, actually having a women-led development, allowing women to enter the military and the armed forces as equitable player, doing gender budgeting, providing social security for marginalized women, has actually done very good for the country. What does it mean? Then you lead by example. You go to another country as a negotiator, as a facilitator. You engage with another country on trade. You engage with another country on climate, disaster. You then say, I'm bringing my learnings from home to you, and therefore I'd like to see this happen. It also means that there's a link between civil society groups across countries to help each other through this. I think that is going to be something very important we need to keep in mind, that non-state players need to engage more beyond your own borders. You can't leave it just to your state governments and government players. They will play a role. They are important. They will play a role. But they will need in every country the support of the non-state to make your governments accountable to yourself, and thereby making them accountable to the world. It's a two-way process. So I feel that it becomes much more important to talk about it. Now, sitting in Australia, it's very interesting. Australia today recognizes the inequities that it perpetuated on the indigenous people. It's gone in public and apologized for it globally. At every event that we go to, they acknowledge the land which belonged to the original indigenous people and offer their greetings and their acknowledgement to them and their respect to that community. You may say it is tokenistic. No, it is not. It actually may seem, but it is actually reflective of the fact that at least you are recognizing an inequity. If you don't recognize inequity, you will not do anything about it because you don't think it is inequitable. Sometimes recognizing historical inequity is a lesson for the future. It becomes important. So it's interesting that here I am sitting in this land, in this state in Canberra, and it belonged to an indigenous community. And when I go for conference after conference or seminars, or even general, it starts with the evocation of this land belongs to, and we hereby pay our respect to this community, because of whom we are here today. And I think that recognition becomes important. And I'm saying indigenous people, I'd say recognition of the fact that you have had inequitable laws for LGBTQIs, let's say globally, recognizing that it's inequitable, and then seeing, so how do I make it equitable? What is it that I need to do to make sure that these groups don't get targeted, lose agency, get violated simply because they don't represent what we believe is the mainstream sexual identity? Point in case, right? Unless you do that, you are not going to be able to then go into another country and say, I want my disaster assistance or my economic assistance or any other social assistance that I'm giving to go to your marginalized communities or LGBTQI communities. So that movement has to be built and extended. So the outward process can only happen when the inward process is well established. For the inward process to be established, all of you who are sitting today in this lecture and those of us who are talking are going to be the agents of change. You will need to first understand it and apply it in your own spaces. It will have to be at small. And I think sometimes people say, well, isn't it about really having more women on the table? And I say, yes, it is about having more women on the table. It's about having more marginalized people at the table. It's about having more people with inequities on the table. But it is also about giving them the voice. There is no point having people on the table. There is no point having reservations and providing people 30, 33, 50% until you also give them a voice and say, I'm going to hear you. And I am going to not just hear you, I'm also going to act upon what I hear from you. So a place at the table is to be followed by a voice at the table. If you don't have that, then I think we are not winning the battle that we are all saying we need to work. The other thing is that, this whole fear about, feminist is all just about women. No, it's not. It's actually a bottom-up approach to rethinking traditional power structures. It's about going beyond the limited and often binary interpretation of the word feminist to include a more intersectional ideologies. And I think the principles of feminist foreign policy stems from keeping human rights at its center. Where policy decisions are made acknowledging the disproportionate impact on vulnerable people, all, and the core ideals and systems of such policies also understand and allow for vulnerable groups to differ. You can't say that, everybody in the LGBTI should have the same thinking or all women would have the same thinking. No, even within women, there will be difference. So you need to allow for vulnerable groups to differ and therefore ensure that policies and decisions and actions take account for such changes, and which is why, again, it's an evolving process. It's not something that's static and you declare something today and you're like, okay, now I'm done. I have declared a feminist foreign policy. So it's all sorted out. I think it's important to say that when we say, foreign policy lens to, or a feminist lens to foreign policy, I think it's important to remember that policies that consider the impact on women, marginalized people, where gender is a consideration, outputs such as your development assistance policy, your trade policy, your environment policy, your health policy, issues regarding emerging threats and securities, all of them will consider this categorization at the heart of it, will keep it in the heart and center of the process. Fiza, please ping me if I'm going out of time. I just need a few more minutes. Am I okay?
Yes, ma'am. You
Okay.
can.
And I think, sorry. And I just want to also underline another fact that I think when we say that this is at the heart and center and you need to keep it at the heart and center, it's also ensuring that you help other countries. If you are at a slightly higher understanding of the issue, how do you engage with other countries to get them to do that? That's why we have this fellowship. It's really going beyond borders. It's trying to engage with young people, researchers, academics globally, so that we create a common discourse amongst ourselves and we can go back into the spaces that we inhabit and talk about this with a much more clarity to others. So there is much more of a ripple effect on having a much more unified framework on what countries should look to be doing. Specifically, let's just say, when peace negotiations happen, and I pray to God that Almighty or whoever, that when peace should prevail much faster than it has taken in all the bigger conflicts that's happening, whether it's Gaza, Ukraine. It will be very important for the larger world order to insist on ensuring that the marginalized group, irrespective of which side they were in, are fully accounted for, provided for the agency, and given the due they require. Irrespective of whether you took the side of Ukraine or Russia, in both sides, inequities have happened. Women, children, marginalized have suffered. So when you come to the negotiating table, it is going to be imperative that you look at that marginalized group in both these spaces to see what is it that needs to be done somewhat differently for them, so that they can actually get to at least a level of normalization, which otherwise will be very hard for them to fight for and vie for. The same thing when we talk about the conflict in Gaza, irrespective of whether it is with Israel or it is with Palestine, the suffering for women and children has been at the heart of it, for marginalized groups have been at the heart of it. How do you then ensure that they don't lose the opportunity to bring their lives back to at least some level of normal that they had before conflicts broke out? Today we talk about international assistance development, and I was in earlier in the day in the meeting with the with a whole lot of senior people within the government in Canberra, and I think we talked about a whole range of issues, and we also talked about climate. And one of the things that came out was that when you talk about, say, let's say foreign policy, the whole world goes to COP. So everybody is doing foreign policy at the COP. Every country who is present at the COP is engaging in a foreign policy process. The question is, how are countries who understand this better or believe in it pushing that alliance under COP to really focus on both mitigation as well as adaptation with a gender inclusive lens, with an equitable lens? Are we talking about the adaptation fund to have a very, very clear lens where women and marginalized communities are given that additional support and push that they need? Are we talking about countries to actually have policies and say, hold on a minute, the poorest of the poor suffer more because of climate impacts and therefore need to be given an additional boost in whatever we agree to provide? Case in point, the Delhi AQI. Let's talk about it. 1,000 plus. Who suffered? Those of us who could afford to, we declared work from home. So we sat in our home with our air purifiers, worked. The daily laborer, the women who comes to work in other people's houses, the caregiver, the vendor who sells vegetable, can't do work from home, right? So is instituting a Grab 4 a response to that? No. Is providing work from home a response to their inequity? No. What is a response is, what is the bigger policy to reduce this pollution, which is putting so many people in the way of harm? People on the streets, children in Delhi streets. What is it we are doing? Are we able to, during this horrendous phase, remove them from there and take them to a safe place? Are we able to provide that kind of a support? If not, I think rest of it just becomes lip service. The bigger issues will have to be dealt with in a big way before we come and put so much of band-aiding to. Climate discourse today is just a bunch of band-aids of various colors, shapes, and some waterproof, some not even waterproof. So I think that's what the challenge is, and I feel that strongly that more and more people who join this conversation and advocate for it, the more we unpack and research our own home policies and say, oh, this is great, and oh, by the way, this is not so great, this needs to be improved, the more we will contribute to the discourse on feminist foreign policy, and not be just bogged down by this whole issue of, is it all about women? Is it going to create more inequity? Why are we talking about it? No. This is exactly what I think the world needs to talk about today, is a more equitable world order. Now, even if we do hit the target of 1.5 in climate, for example, it's not going to make any difference, by the way, unless we do something much more drastic. So I think let's focus on being more nuanced. Let's unpack our own concepts and understandings on equity much more, so that we can use this lens, use this feminist lens in every aspect of our work, and be able to bring out certain solutions, certain opportunities, open up certain spaces where we address the inequity at home and globally. So with that, I'll stop and hand it back to you, Fiza. I'm sorry if I went a little over time.
It was absolutely fine, and it was such an inspiring session. And I thank you for sharing your expertise and perspectives with us. And with this, I would like to invite our chair, Professor Patel, for her remarks. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you are on mute.
Yeah. So Nandita ji, you gave a very comprehensive perspective, but still what transpired in the previous 7 sessions and some of the most mind-boggling issues that we faced was a homo-nationalism, cultural nationalism, migration policy, and arms trade, where even all those 16 countries which have adopted feminist foreign policy, they are also into it. So I think, how are we going to deal with these issues globally as well as in our own country? So, because speakers after speakers, they touched upon these issues.
Yeah, I think valid point, Dr. Patel, which is why I say just declaring a policy doesn't make you an equitable organization or an institution, right? Like you said, every country who's declared it has been a part of an inequitable conflict, right? Or a conflict which is creating inequity. So I don't think that resolves. And I think that's where countries who don't believe in territorial conflicts, I would say India is one of those countries which is not pushing for a territorial conflict. Yes, we have conflict in our neighborhood, but we are not the first ones who go out, claiming territorial. So I think countries in Asia are actually not trying to do any territorial conflicts, and probably in we are better placed in most. I'm not saying all, to really take this up much more substantively. I think the global north somewhere down the line has. I would say, backtracked on its promises, right? And it's probably we might see more of that with so many other changes that are going to come up in the larger world order. So my thing is that we need to start therefore talking about a more southern perspective. What is the global south's agenda, and bring together countries which we talk as small states, right? Our neighbors, whether it's Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, the Pacific region, we tend to forget about these. I think it's important to start investing in partnerships to build the capacity of these nations to come on board on an understanding where aggression, territorial push is not a resolution to a equitable world order, and we understand why, I don't we can spend a whole lot of time day talking about the global north's desire in some of the countries to do what it's doing, but that's really just going to exacerbate the matter much more than it is today.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. And now I request the participants to ask the questions. They can either type in the question in the Q&A box, or they can use the raise hand feature on Zoom, or any other comment they can type in. I request Janki Andharia ji to ask her question.
I would agree that we need to at least start talking about women, feminism, and so on. However, when it comes to, I think I just want to sort of carry forward and push a little bit what Vibhuti was saying. I think as a group working on feminist foreign policy, we need to, concretely break down the rhetoric and very specifically come up with some element of maybe some semblance of an agenda in order to sort of say that, okay, you need to do ABC. Because without that, I think it's a lot of talk, but not necessarily having a handle. We need to create a handle which we can use to advocate with our respective governments in whatever position one would be. So I'm just wondering whether it's time for us to identify those handles and leverage those elements and say, okay, this is our collective agenda. Thank you.
I think point well noted, Janki ji. two things on that, I think. Like I said, everybody who is participating in this, I think it's important from, at least from our perspective, that you have a more nuanced understanding and you break up this whole concept of what would a feminist lens mean in the sectors you're working, whether you are a healthcare person or you are an environmentalist or you are a climate advocate, or you're working on just marginalized people's rights. In each of this, I think if you bring in that perspective of what is a feminist perspective, that will help first unpack and then say, okay, so what are the identified needs for this particular interest group that I represent or that I am a part of in the collective, not represent, but I'm a part of. And I think once we do that, then I guess it's also important to get that handle to say, okay, so here are the top 2 or 3. And I think cohorts will have to be built. Cohorts will have to be built around issues. It can't be just left as a wide open. So you'll have to have cohorts on environment, on health, on climate, on trade and policy. Each of this will require defined strategic interventions to make it an equitable and inclusive lens. And again, to remember that not all countries are even at the basic level of equity on just gender rights at this point. Forget about getting to the more nuanced lens of a feminist unpacking, but even on basic gender equity. So even within South Asia and South Asia, we've seen countries which actually were doing well in gender have just completely, slipped downwards. Some countries are picking up and again, getting there. So yes, coalition building, alliance building is going to be important, but a sectorally driven approach is going to be much more critical to do what you said. And I wouldn't agree more on that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Since there are no more questions as of now, I would like to call upon Dr. Simi Mehta, CEO and Editorial Director, IMPRI, who will address us on the topic of ideating a FFP for Global South. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Fiza, and good evening to everyone. And hello to Vibhuti ma'am and Nandita ma'am, everybody, all the participants. This is the week 8 of the Feminist Foreign Policy Fellowship, the online international winter school program. And I hope that all the participants have had a productive learning so far in this fellowship. And today, as mentioned, I'll be speaking about ideating a feminist foreign policy in South Asia. So if I can have my slides on the screen.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing.
Yes, you could go full screen. Right. So as mentioned, my topic for the day is ideating a feminist foreign policy in South Asia. And we could go on to the next slide. So over the past few weeks, we have learned, next slide.
Yes, ma'am. There's a problem here. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Over the past few weeks, we have heard and also we have learned that it was Dr. Hansa Mehta's initiative and her efforts at the United Nations Commission on Human Rights that we had ultimately in the Article 1 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights that all human beings are born free and equal, as against what was initially proposed that all men are born free and equal. So this fierce advocacy from Dr. Mehta, it has actually lent a strong voice in the contemporary times, where the commitment to an order where nations, governments, societies, and families adopt actions which envisions a world where women's rights are equally important to those of men. And as we have seen that feminist foreign policy that has been relegated to the margins for decades now seems to be gaining firm roots. Next slide. However, there are states that use foreign policies to improve global justice beyond their borders and transform global politics, and also even call for sensitivity to the needs and wants of others. Others means other states. However, there are several forms of conflicting situations, and also even these states that call for global justice beyond their borders, they are also continuously plagued by various kinds of violence. So what I argue here is that the absence of gender analysis is a key challenge for peace. We need to rely on an alternate vision of global politics, and that looks at the drivers of conflict and also at the root causes of violence in communities, societies, and institutions. So South Asia is not something very different. We have seen that the challenges faced by South Asian countries in promoting feminist foreign policy on a global stage are multifaceted. And these deep-rooted challenges are actually in the societal norms and in the structures. And despite notable progress in recent years, we have seen how patriarchal attitudes, it continues to act as significant barriers to advancing gender equality in the region. We also see that even after their independence in South Asia, the countries in South Asia, gender has remained mostly as a frame of reference or as an analytical tool in the articulation of discrimination as well as collective effort in the national movements. So slide 4, please. So when we have to explore the feminist movements in South Asia, we have seen, if we look at it very deeply and as in a nuanced perspective, as previously Nandita ma'am was speaking about, the need is to look at a nuanced perspective. So it has had its strong foundations in South Asia. These are evident from various kinds of feminist movements within South Asia, and they have been instrumental in driving various kinds of change and for advocating for women rights. So, for example, activism efforts have resulted in tangible advancements such as increased political participation for women in Bangladesh and also legal reforms that granted equal inheritance rights in India. And similarly, in countries like Nepal and Pakistan, they have witnessed improvements in women's economic empowerment due to the tireless advocacy of feminist groups. Furthermore, gender in institutions could also be understood in two ways. First, either as a gender-neutral structure that tries to adjust women to the existing systems of power and also applies the principles of representational gender equality, or even as another point, that is, as gender-integrated structures that apply equality and justice within the structures, norms, and ruling ideology. So either as a gender-neutral structure or as a gender-integrated structure. So sometimes women with strong dynastic backgrounds have become heads of state in South Asia, which have helped boost their political careers. Ironically, even though this region has the largest number of women heads of the state in the world, there have not been any significant changes in policies that actually support women at the grassroots. Instead, women leaders have tended to adopt traditionally masculine policies, which have become the norm. So therefore, what is essential is to ensure that gender is an integrated part of all structures. This brings me to the next point. Next slide. Mostly the current world system still operates in a neorealist way, in which states try to operate according to the principle of sovereignty and competition for world power. And in such states, the idea of incorporating gender analysis or some feminist principles becomes artificial. So as the noted feminist scholar Acker, she claims that the feminist method is not just about adding women to the system, but also revealing how concept of gender is incorporated into it. So otherwise, it brings the hegemonic masculinity into an express form, which relegates into an unequal gender structure. So further further making the whole gap or the divide in the genders very, very strong and obvious. So this can only be challenged by integrating the feminist principles into the national and foreign policy. Next slide. So according to the feminist theory, gender parity and attempts to make women visible in the international relations are not just enough to actually realize a comprehensive feminist foreign policy. For us, therefore, a feminist foreign policy requires rethinking and also re-envisioning gender structures of institutions and governance systems. It cannot be equivalent to a foreign policy that just merely aims to ensure equal representation or meaningful participation of women in the position of power. So actually, it is the level of influence that women can assert on the process that makes a difference, and not only by their presence in the numbers. So let us understand what a progressive feminist foreign policy is. So it is not just about adding women, adding more numbers of women, but it is also about the level of influence that women can assert in the process. So a progressive feminist foreign policy, it should include intersectional analysis and inclusion, complete disarmament, security concepts centered around the well-being and safety of the individual, the inclusion of civil society, the promotion of international solidarity through dialogue, and also fostering of communities based on empathy. It is about looking into the structures, addressing gendered power relations, building gender inclusive institutions, and pursuing policies that incorporate the interests of and seek to benefit all. Therefore, a feminist foreign policy is one that includes the entire population, nobody excluded, and it appreciates diversity. It inspires comprehensive analysis and leaves no one behind. A case in point I'd like to point here is of water, which can be a cause of conflict as well as a bridge between borders while enhancing the national security through bilateral or multilateral cooperation. When seen in terms of strategic resources, that can be a cause of conflict as in terms of, or even as building a bridge between the borders. So women's participation in all facets of peace building includes trans-border water diplomacy in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. It has also become significant in the light of emerging research that points out the lasting and sustained implementation of agreements when mediated by women. So this is very important. The Women in Water Diplomacy Network has aimed to improve gender equality in the highest level of decision making in transboundary basins, with a focus on women's leadership in regional dialogues around shared waters. And a framework for studying the feminist informed foreign policy would therefore need to take into account such moves. Particularly in ways in which feminist theory, with its emphasis on representation and inclusion, can enable a critical investigation of women's presence in the peace negotiations and how their inclusion can actually lead to a more equitable distribution of power and also of natural resources in conflict-ridden societies, especially if we bring the example back here between India and Pakistan. So a feminist foreign policy of any state which is progressive, it would mean inclusion of all gender in all diplomatic priorities of all states and in all of their political, economic, soft diplomacy, culture, educational, and development cooperation efforts. Next slide. Yeah. Evolution of India's feminist foreign policy, while this has been talked about. Quickly run through this. So as India has grown, and so has it's grown economically and overall comprehensively, and so has its national interests, and it is also ever evolving. And independent India, as we all know, it was born into an entirely new situation after the Second World War, and even when the Cold War was it divided the world between the two superpowers. So there are three distinct periods of international relations that India has been faced with. First was, from the bipolar Cold War world until 1990. Then after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, unipolar world dominated by the United States, till the world economic crisis of 2008, and to the present transformational moment. And Shiv Shankar Menon, a very, very noted diplomat and an author and scholar, he has opined that there are rapid shifts in the balance of power in the region that has led to arms races, and also to it has also led to rising uncertainty. Uncertainty means in terms of unpredictability, disengagement, and transactional, and also the transactional America first attitude of the first Trump presidency, and also again now to make America great once again. And also there is a continuous US and China strategic contention that has been growing, and it has also been uninhibited so far because of their economic codependence and also interdependence. So about India has been reflecting the gender sensitive approach, not necessarily in words but also in deeds. So right from ratification of the CEDAW in 1993 to also reiterating the implementation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially the Goal 5 on gender equality, also the most recent being India's membership in the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women in 2020, also India's contribution to various kinds of UN peacekeeping efforts across the world. It is very, very well known. And I bring home the point that values that encompass gender sensitivity has been deeply rooted in India's civilizational heritage, despite not having it at the explicit doctrine level, but it has also been, but I say that it has always been implicit. Next slide. Yeah, according to the veteran Indian diplomat, Ms. Nirupama Rao, gender can be gender neutral, but it should not be gender blind. It has to focus on the middle way, getting peace to override war, stress upon negotiation instead of provocation, and also embrace diversity. So the Indian response to the Russian-Ukraine war is a case in point here, where there was a call for immediate cessation of violence and also respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. It also emphasized returning to the path of diplomacy. So this actually reflects a feminist approach to rejecting binaries, magnified from individual to the structural level in this situation. Our Minister of State for External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar, has also emphasized that India's foreign policy is not based upon accepting the construct of siding with any power axis. Rather, India is entitled to have its own interests and have its own side, especially due to the rise of authoritarian regimes in its neighborhood. And also, when he was interviewed previously by a very noted journalist, he had also mentioned that the time is very, very ripe for India to have a feminist foreign policy of its own. Next slide. So getting back to India's civilizational heritage, ancient Indian sage and philosopher Rishi Gargi can be said to be the earliest example of feminist strategic thinking in India, who had secured her place in the court of the king after defeating the sage Yajnavalkya. She questioned his claim of superiority. And due to her activism, she was honored as one of the Navratnas in the court of King Janak of Mithila. And furthermore, India has developed a very unique kind of a method called the Prasangika method, the method of examining all possible alternative interpretations of the opponent's proposition, showing the absurdity of the respective consequences and thus refuting it. So while the Prasangika method originates from the Prasangika Madhyamik school of Mahayana Buddhist philosophy, yet because international relations, as we all know, is interdisciplinary and also transdisciplinary, we can logically and we can bring it to the study of international affairs also by emphasizing upon the deconstruction of opposing views to reveal the ultimate truth of emptiness. So even in various universities around the world, this has been quite positively studied. And Professor Imtiaz Ahmed from Dhaka University, he addressed a woman's state of insecurity from the standpoint of the Prasangika. And according to him, it can make a far more meaningful contribution to the task of demystifying masculinity and even engendering security. So, to just put it in a few points, if we what does a Prasangika inspired feminist foreign policy would emphasize, and because it emerges from India, so I think this should be studied more deeply. First would be deconstructing the existing international frameworks to expose and also to address the embedded gender inequalities. Secondly, it would be about prioritizing the policies that promote global interdependence and cooperation over the zero-sum game competition, the realist framework. And also embodying humility and openness in policy making, constantly questioning and evolving its approaches to create inclusive and equitable outcomes. Next point. Next slide, sorry. Yeah. So India's proactive role since the establishment of the United Nations, it speaks actually volumes about India's aims and vision for a peaceful world order without any discrimination. And Vijayalakshmi Pandit, as we all know, an active participant in the India's independence movement and an astute politician, she had created history in India and the world as she became the first woman to be elected as the president of the United Nations General Assembly at its 8th session, which was in 1953. She sought to imbibe Gandhian principles into the working of the United Nations. And because she said that means are as important as the ends, therefore, the United Nations' existence depended upon its ability to translate the noble words and the high ideals of the Charter into the lives of the humblest individuals in the smallest nations. So the current United Nations Sustainable Development Goals framework that we are actually in, which says that we have to not leave any person behind, it also is actually a Gandhian principle where Mahatma Gandhi had said that we should not leave any person behind. So the same non-interference principle of non-interference, it finds its rightful place after independence, and it got ingrained in the form of Panchsheel, which include peaceful coexistence, mutual non-aggression, as well as mutual non-interference and non-aggression among one another. And there is very recently Ms. Sneha Dubey became the first secretary at the United Nations, challenging the notions and stereotypes that women cannot lead. So women in India have been at the helm. Women across South Asia, as I have mentioned, they have been at the helm of advocacy and also in the helm of policy making. But yes, the challenge remains that we have to translate it into the grassroots level. Next. Yeah, so WPS agenda, again, we have spoken a lot about it even in this course. So quickly, the resolution 1325 of the United Nations Security Council, this actually began a series of conversations that enables us to interrogate the ethnocentric, the anthropocentric, and the androcentric notions of security. It is significant as it is a bottom-up resolution. It emerged from the experiences of women's activism at the grassroots level because of the lobbyism and of the NGOs and of the United Nations, UNIFEM. This resolution was initiated by the Global South when Namibia was chairing the UN Security Council, and Mr. Anwarul Chaudhary from Bangladesh was the prime mover of this resolution. It originated from the aspiration of the Global South to recognize women's role in the conflict transformation and its differential impact on women in conflict. So in the realm of peace and security, organizations like Women in Security, Conflict Management and Peace have also worked on transforming conflict at the community level, particularly in the tension areas such as Jammu and Kashmir, Gujarat, and also in India's northeast. Other women-led NGOs like the Paiman Alumni Trust, the Sabawoon in Pakistan, the focus on de-radicalization efforts, there it speaks volumes. So also meanwhile, the Women Action Forum of Pakistan has also been active since 1981 in advocating the rights of women against various oppressive regimes. And women in South Asia, this is especially quite interesting because it shows how women in South Asia have been contributing to the field of international relations and feminist perspectives through their work. And also through their writing, and these actually underscore the challenging features of the core dominated narratives, and also brings a unique lens to the analysis of state violence, interstate relations, and the impact of international politics on women. This is evident in the works of various scholars like Sabagul Khatak, who emphasize the importance of including women's perspectives and activism in international relations to foster positive changes, especially in relations between India and Pakistan. And in the political landscape, women's representation varies across countries and levels of governance. In tribal societies, such as those in Arunachal Pradesh, for example, women hold a significant status within their communities. Yet, ensuring their adequate political presence and also participation in the decision making remains a work in progress. As in the case of the 2013 Panchayat Raj elections in the Kurunkume district, it reflects the ongoing efforts to bring about gender parity. But still, as we can see, that the work in progress is also at a progressive stage, and it is quite promising to see India and South Asia having a very, very credible voice in this, in feminist foreign policy. Next slide. We have also seen how Mr. Abdullah Shahid, the president of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, he was from Maldives. He had declared 24th June as the International Day of Women in Diplomacy. And we at IMPRI also conduct various very, very important lectures centered around this this day, very important day. And he had said that all too often, women and their stories are edited out of history. So these her stories must be told to inform our broader efforts to advance gender equality. We cannot foster the level of diplomatic engagement and global solidarity needed to overcome today's challenges, from climate change to pandemics to human rights violations to economic uncertainty, unless and until we give women a seat at the table and also facilitate their ability to take on the leadership roles, including in diplomacy. And also, next slide. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi had highlighted during a session on Stronger Together, addressing food security and advancing gender equality at the G7 summit in Germany, where India's approach is moving from women development to women-led development. And even this was women-led development was a core theme of India's G20 presidency last year. And he had mentioned that if all elected leaders in India, from local government to the national government, are counted, more than half of them are women. And the total number would be in millions if we take it together. So we need to see how we can actually involve and how women can actually contribute in real-time decision-making in the times to come. Challenges, next slide. So overall, the different applications of feminist foreign policy can be exciting, yet it can be flawed. So there are the thrill of seeing women's issues at the forefront of IR is undeniably inspirational, I'd say. And questions remain around the motives of the actors who seek to push feminism for mere publicity, or the paucity of resources dedicated to the implementation of women, peace and security agenda may be the greatest impediment to putting FFP into practice. And even in progressive human rights discussions, women, and particularly women of multiple marginalized identities, have not been included in the discourse, and that developed and that has developed and shaped policies about them. So even though it is well-intentioned, such approaches can actually perpetuate rather than dismantle inequalities and systems of oppression. Therefore, a one-size-fits-all policy should not be adopted, and rather should be unique to the settings of the individual countries and the nations. The way forward, next slide. Yeah, despite the gains, challenges persist, as we have seen, and due to the deeply ingrained societal norms, addressing these obstacles require a continued and coordinated effort involving the regional organizations, government, civil societies, the corporate sector, the grassroots level actors, and also individual women, men, and all the genders, actually. And so recentering bottom-up movements and grassroots activists for gender justice within the WPS agenda will offer new ideas and also commitments for what must be present for a true society to exist with all kinds of inclusion and respect for diversity, etc. A revamped commitment to feminist foreign policy will ultimately be more successful than all the previous efforts, as it trades a focus on measurable outcomes than only tangentially related to equality, to the commitment to striving for equality as an end in itself. And given that India's rise is a force to reckon with, the time is definitely ripe for instituting an FFP in India, and also all nations, actually. So we have to distance ourselves from the rhetoric, and feminist foreign policy should be strategic, and it should be critically understood and analyzed to suit a nation's broader foreign policy objectives, and in which feminist foreign policy should be deeply integrated for the overall economic development, for the overall prosperity, peace, and security of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for an inspiring and interesting session, I must say.
Thank you, Fiza. So the last slide shows some of the work that we have done at IMPRI, and all the participants are more than welcome to visit them and also go through them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Professor Patel for her remarks.
Yeah, I think we have had a very rewarding sessions. Both Dr. Nandita and Dr. Simi, they have encapsulated all the discourses that have taken place right from the 1945, when the first time the question of a global community came together till the date. Now, the most popular slogan is that the localization of feminist foreign policy. We are also talking about sustainable development, localization. Everything has to be localized. So how do you envision the localization of feminist foreign policy? I remember during 70s, all of us got active in the public life for the solidarity for Vietnamese revolution. Do you think that kind of political awareness is there among the current youth? And are there any examples worth emulating, inspiring, which can be the starting point for localization of feminist foreign policy?
Absolutely, ma'am. This is for localization. We need to gear ourselves, and the intellectual backing is definitely there, and because of various kinds of there have been the professional growth that has been happening around the youth. They're being very quite centered around their professional growth. So I'd say that the kind of activism that you have spoken about in the 1970s, we need to take inspiration from them. The youth needs to take inspiration from them, especially in the universities, at the university level. We have also seen when we were in JNU, we saw that for all kinds of all kinds of international relations, international affairs, whether it is an issue in the Middle East, whether it is an issue in in South America or anywhere around the world, we would have a very good debate. We would have a very good discussion around them. So this still continues to be there, but at the individual level, we really have to be focused and we need to be united about it, so that the voice for in favor of feminist foreign policy continues to grow, and it also continues to have its momentum. Otherwise, then it would be relegated to general talks and seminars like these. So we need to be more inspired by about what kind of movements that have happened in the past, and also how we can all gear up, gather together, and also take the movement forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There's one question by Munna Khyal Katakji. I request you to unmute yourself and ask the question. Munna Khyal Katakji.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Fiza. I'm so glad that I joined this platform, and I'm very thankful for IMPRI for such an productive and effective discussion all along. My question is from Simi ji. Ma'am, you talked about feminist solidarity, that even if we must have a localized feminist agenda, we also need the transnational feminist solidarity. But we have seen that women in Afghanistan, they have been deprived of education since 2 years, which is a fundamental right of every human being. And there have been no South Asian solidarity. Even nobody raised this question in SAARC, that these women, they deserve education, which is their fundamental right, and there have been no feminist organization talking about it. In 2020, we are going to be in 2025 in a few days. And in this day and age, when we can even virtually educate people, we can educate people online. I am getting information from you online. And my sisters in Afghanistan, they cannot even get high school education. So how do you see transnational solidarity in this context?
Thank you very much for your question, and it is actually a point to be pondered about at the larger, even at the larger policy making and at the larger political agenda level. This is quite unfair to what has happened, and especially what it is furthermore unfair to what is happening to our sisters in Afghanistan. So the kind of regime that has taken over, the very the power structure, the masculine hegemonic patriarchal power structure that has taken over, it is actually very unfair. And to even think about SAARC at this time and age, that it would be reiterating or even advocating a stance for women, I would say, even if it is any country, member country, I think that would be that would be a wishful thinking, because SAARC at this time and age has lost its relevance, and we need to actually, the countries that are talking about, we need to have a further strong backing about one another and their issues. So, as long as transnational solidarity about Afghan sisters, definitely this is the need of the hour, and we cannot lose any more time. And actually, I'd like to hear about this from Professor Patel also. So what could be one of the ways forward, or the strongest way forward, where we could talk about this, and we could see that nobody is deprived of basic education and all facilities that everybody else is enjoying across the world.
Yeah, I think from the time of Taliban took over Afghanistan's regime, feminists have been organizing Chatham House kind of online meetings, where the women from Afghanistan, the NGOs, workers in the interior parts of Afghanistan, they are sharing their experiences, and case-by-case solutions are being sought. At least feminists have been able to convince the Home Ministry that no relief operation should be via regime. It should be direct people to people. That means no one should be suffer in terms of food security, medical care, health, this thing, even at the time of pandemic, the support that had to be given. And the women who have applied for visa or who want to leave Afghanistan, and mainly educated women and women who were in public life, for them also facilitating their entry into whichever country they want to go. Now, only thing, media publicity is not done, not because we don't want to stick out our neck, but because of security of the women survivors of Taliban assault. They should not be hounded and they should not be followed. So you may not read many reports about the achievements of feminists the way you used to read during 80s and 90s, but silently, lot of things are happening. Yeah. And even those who attend those Zoom meetings, they have a confidentiality clause that they will not reveal identity of all those men, women, and young people from Afghanistan who are giving their testimonies.
Okay, ma'am. Now I request Parvez Babulji to ask the questions.
Thank you so much, Fiza. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I express hearty congratulations to Dr. Simi Mehta for your insightful presentation. I have become enriched, really. So, my question is, okay, comparing 1920 to 2020, I mean 100 years. In 1920, what is the status of women globally? And in 2020, what is the status of the women globally? If we compare, so do we see a rapid progress, or is not the progress enough, or I mean, what are the lackings? So how we can go forward, or how we can, I mean, uh, how we can indicate the barriers, I mean, the words, obstacles the women face to go to the targeted progress. Okay. So that is why, please tell me something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Parvez ji, for your very good question. So, if we see that 100-year period, and also study the history of women's movements around the world, I'd say, and also we were all under the colonial rule. It was in fact in 1920 that women in the United States, they got the right to suffrage, the right to vote. So so if we compare ourselves, it was in 17 it was around 100 years, or I don't know how many years, that the United States got its independence. And after so many years, so many decades, that the women got the right to vote. But if we see the example of India, the moment when we got independent, all the women, everybody, all adults got the right to vote. So that is actually very inspirational when we see when we compare ourselves, the global South from the global North. And certainly the voices, the rights of women, the voices of women, and the demand for equality, and even the equality that has actually we have internalized, has moved very, very rapidly in a progressive phase. I'm very confident about that. And certainly a lot of work remains to be done. We see lots of violence, lots of security issues, that militaristic regimes all around the world, operating in various countries of the world. So that actually challenges the women's agency, and for which women's movements and even international organizations, the multilateral organizations, they have very important role to play. And we are not yet there, and certainly it is a work in progress at every stage of life. And I would really say that we did not have social media at that time, but social media has actually really enabled and that amplification of voice of women has really been enabled by media and by social media. There are challenges there also. I would not say that these are just perfect, but certainly we have we have transcended a huge, that gap is huge. And we are moving towards positively towards rights, equality, justice, liberty at all places. But when, incidents like the Taliban takeover in countries like Afghanistan and various other countries, that is backdrop, it creates a backlog of the sustained efforts. But we should not we should actually be inspired by various women's movements around the world, and we should keep our voices going forward and upward. I'd say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So with this, we are done with the expert sessions for today, and we'll begin with the presentations now.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request the fellows who have the presentations today, they can join as a panelist in the meeting instead of...
Can you announce their names? Can you announce their names one after? Priyanka, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Or, yeah, please start announcing. Yeah.
So
and
the
please
names
tell the rules. Yeah.
So I'll announce, like all the fellows will get 4 minutes to present, and 1 minute will be the comments by our expert, Professor Vibhuti Patel-ji. So the fellows, I'll name the fellows who have the presentations today, and they have to join as a panelist in the meeting. So Pinku Jhaji, Nahin Rehana Prapti ji, Samu Kezi ji, Bikir Kumari Hami ji, Pirzada Munir Islam ji, Dr. Amita Marwaha ji, Dr. Apurva Dikshit ji, Dr. Tina ji, Ahana Singh ji, Aditya Mishra ji, Janki Andharia ji, Blessy Matthew ji, Taronika Roy ji, Dr. Shreya Pandey ji, Afshin Fatima ji, Praveen Raj ji, Bhanupriya Jaiswal ji, and Dr. Savita Yadav ji. These are the presentations that are lined up for today, and I request all of you to join as the panelist for the meeting. Praveen Raj ji will be the first one to present. I guess you are ready with your presentation, Praveen Raj ji.
Yes. Hello. Hi, Faiza. Yes.
Yes. So you will get 4 minutes to present, and then 1 minute for the expert comment.
Okay.
All right. You can begin now.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Very good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present, give a presentation on so far that we have learned and how our research paper can look like. So I'll just give a bit of brief about why I chose this particular topic, where I'm trying to look at from media perspective. So that goes back to my background. I'm a master's student from Jamia Millia Islamia University in media governance, and post that, as I'm currently I'm working as a risk analyst at a management consulting firm based out of Bangalore. So the role that I'm currently at is very much looks at geopolitical events. If I can give you one example, what impact South Korea's little coup attempt could it have on the global economy? So we look at for the businesses, or what impact the US elections could have on the South Asia Pacific and for the businesses. But media has always been very much core of my current role and my background. So therefore, I've been trying to look at the media, and this has been my area of interest. Also, look at the media narratives towards the marginalized community, towards the discriminated societies. And when I looked up the fellowship, this is something that draw my attention. So here I'm trying to explore the critical role of media narratives and the gender equity in shaping India's foreign policy. Although we do hear from our ministers and our diplomats that they have been doing very well at the forefront with regards to supporting nations, but we rarely hear them when it comes to representing women at the diplomatic tables. So I'll try to examine some part of feminist lens from media perspective, and how our Indian media has played how much in giving a perspective at the international forum. Faisal, can I request you for the next slide? The research problem and context that I have set for my presentation is, we have learned in previous session also, traditional foreign policy has overlooked the gender consideration. It has failed to incorporate crucial gender considerations, leading to a lack of inclusivity and equity in international relations. There has been limited integrations of feminist perspectives. Of course, there is a significant gap in integrating feminist perspective into diplomatic strategies, which limits the potential for more inclusive and equitable foreign policy outcomes. And from the India's perspective, media's role in shaping public opinion and policy decisions. Of course, we do see Indian media playing at the forefront of political issues, economic issues, but we rarely see Indian media playing at the forefront of representing gender issues, or how genders are being represented in Indian context. We have learned, this has been part of my academic discourse also, that media has played a crucial role in shaping public opinions, influencing policy decisions, understanding how media narrative represents gender issues, which is of course essential for foreign policy, looking it from a feminist lens. Can I request for the next slides? The key research questions that I have framed here is, how do media narrative represent gender issues in foreign policy? These questions will seek to understand how gender issues are portrayed in media coverage of foreign policy, identifying patterns and biases in representation. And the second question that I'm trying to look for is, what is the correlation between media framing and diplomatic discourse? So many of you may not understand media framing. Well, back in the days when I was in my master's, we used to look at the media framing, let's just say G News, or Way On, or Republic Bharat, or NDTV, how they are trying to give a frame to a particular event. This is something that can be part of my research paper. I'll try to incorporate more of it. So this question will explore the relationship between media narratives and the languages and the strategies has been used in diplomatic discourses, asserting how media framing influences policy decisions. But so far, if I can give my understanding, my research, and so far my analysis has been with Indian media, is that they have been failed to look at the diplomatic discourse when it comes to the gender representation. And the third question that I'm trying to address is, how can feminist principles be integrated into India's foreign policy? These questions will focus on identifying practical steps and strategies for incorporating feminist principles into India's foreign policy, ensuring a more inclusive and equitable approach to international relations. Can I have the next slides? The methodology that I'm going to use will be a mixed method resource design. There is of course quantitative content analysis. So I'm going to look at between a particular time frame, which is 2019 to 2014. The objective is to analyze the print, television, and digital media to examine the gender representation in foreign policy reporting. Approach could be, I'll conduct a systematic review of media content to quantify the presence and portrayal of gender issues in foreign policy coverage. Of course, my intention earlier was to engage with journalists and previous journalists to how they have seen the portrayal of gender in the foreign policy reporting. But I think there are limitations to it that I'll have to address it. In quantitative discourse analysis, my objective here will be to explore the policy documents and official statements to identify gender perspectives and potential biases. Again, there's a limitations to it. I may not get official statements looking at the sensitivity of the issue that I'm trying to address. Approach that I'll try to incorporate will be the speeches that have been recorded, and I'll try to analyze those, and of course
Praveen Raji,
try to do a comparative study.
Praveen Raji, you have already exceeded time. I'll ask you to wrap up in half a
Yes,
minute.
I think there'll be one more last slide after this. Can you go to the next slide? Yes, so this is my last slide. So the outcome, if my research gets into right direction, I'm trying to expect the outcomes is empowerment of marginalized voices in diplomacy, improvements of power through gender equity commitment, and more equitable international partnership, as previously Ms. Nandita Baruah was addressing. If India starts implementing those, then we would see more of gender representation on international tables. And of course, there could be enhanced inclusivity in foreign policy and decision making. Thank you. I think this is the end of my slide. I'm looking forward to the feedback and any input.
Thank you so much. I request the experts to provide any feedback or any comments.
Yeah. Praveen Raji, you have really hit the nail when it comes to media's role in foreign policy. I think we should also include one more aspect of the learnings of the past, no? Because what the role Indian peacekeeping forces had done in Sri Lanka and Jaffna. And after that, we learned also that in Liberia, we said 24% to 21% of the army was of women contingent, and whole world applauded their work because they were so compassionate. They were doing hand-holding. They empowered the survivors, and they were doing lot of soft skills which they used, of making the war-torn country, the women and children. So I think that also, that whole evaluation, maybe the state doesn't acknowledge that this was what the women's movement had demanded, and so much of monitoring and the fact-finding committees which were sent to Sri Lanka, and the kind of things which had happened, the very, very cruel and barbaric way in which women in Jaffna were treated. After that, the state also decided to change its policies. So I think, and all that is captured in the media also.
Okay. I'll definitely try to incorporate those, ma'am, those aspects.
I have one more comment, Professor Patel, about, when Praveen was mentioning about
the reports on this, the is also change. Yeah, especially role of women soldiers in Liberia. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
A brief comment, Professor Patel. When perhaps Praveen could also look at the various, the CNN and the Fox, for example, the left and the right wing, the liberals and the conservatives, how they view, because there's a clear-cut differences between their picturing of any particular issue. So if you can clear-cut point out and call out what they do and how they have pictured feminist foreign policy or agenda, so that could be quite interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, especially in the most controversial issues of Syria and Iraq and Gaza and Gaza, and also even Congo and Sudan. Even and
thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you, Praveen Raji.
Thank you.
Now I request Pinku Jhaji to start with the presentation.
Namaste, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fine. So I will start with my presentation. Before that, I would like to thank IMPRI for providing me this opportunity, which is just first-hand experience to learn about the various aspects about this particular idea of feminist foreign policy, which I never heard it before. Like, it was very limited in my understanding, but now I have learned a lot of things. So the title of my work is An Analysis of Feminist Foreign Policy Through the Prism of Indic Tradition. So before that, before beginning, I'll just want to clear it. Since I'm working on Mahabharata, I'm working on Indian political thought, classical Indian political thought. So I thought of understanding this feminist foreign policy with the help of Indic tradition, if there is something in that particular way. So I'll just before beginning, since I have opted the mode of presentation in a PPT plus the poetry, so I'll just recite maybe 30 to 40 second one small piece of poetry, which is in Hindi. Maybe everyone will understand that, or later on I'll try to make it clear what exactly this is all about. So the poetry is like this. युद्ध नहीं मेरे होते हुए जटिलताओं का हल युद्ध नहीं हो सकता. मैं जानती हूं नगर वधु बन सौहार्द स्थापित करना. मुझे ज्ञात है 64 कलाएं और उनका उचित उपयोग जो युद्ध को टाल सकती है. मैं एक गणिका हूं. काम मेरे गुणों और चरित्र को सीमित नहीं कर सकता. मैं राज्य समाज और संस्कृति को सुसज्जित करना जानती हूं, ठीक वैसे जैसे मैं बनाती हूं केश प्रतिदिन संग कुसुम कमल स्थापित कर जूड़े के केंद्र में. प्रश्न ये है, युद्ध नहीं तो हल क्या होगा? संवाद, समन्वय और सुरक्षा परस्पर. और माध्यम गणिका का बनना कठिन नहीं है इस युद्ध को समाप्त करने में. So basically this poetry is all about how a character of Ganika in Indian literature is being considered as very important, which is being used as sometimes as a spy in Mauryan history or in Kautilya's Arthashastra. We have found a lot of references from this particular idea. So the main idea is how when we are saying feminist foreign policy, it is all about not just focusing on war, but something beyond that. So can we shift to another slide, please? So the foundation of this particular research is because there's a research gap. Most of the existing studies limit their analysis to the intersection of only two of these variables, either focusing on feminist foreign policy from a Western lens or on classical Indian concept without exploring their applicability to modern foreign policy frameworks. So in international relations, we find two specific very popular assumptions. One is it is considered to be male dominated, not just considered, but actually we find a lot of references. Another one is the Eurocentric notion of this international relations. So this is the base where I have started my research. And next slide, please. So we have four different objectives for this particular work. The first one is to offer an alternative perspectives to Western dominated frameworks. Another one is to highlight the role of significant female characters from Indian literature, history on feminist principles in foreign policy. The third one is to analyze the challenges contemporary nation state face in adopting feminist foreign policy, particularly through the lens of non-Western nations. The fourth one is to highlight how integrating principles of equality, justice, and community from Indian philosophical texts like Devi Bhagavatam, Saundarya Lahari, Arthashastra, Mudra Rakshas, and some other texts. So the methodology, the next slide, please. The methodology I have used, that is basically the textual analysis, case study analysis, and comparative analysis. So this particular picture is of a fictional text called Urnabhi, which actually refers some of the ideas related to how women is being not just women, particularly the Ganika's story is being narrated in this particular fiction, and through which we can understand a lot of ideas that how foreign policy has been considered something like practically it is being used through the help of women character, women protagonist. The next slide, please. The tentative sections of this particular work is the introduction. The second chapter deals with the feminist foreign policy and its global challenges. The third and fourth chapter is important, where I have discussed a bit of classical Indian thought and feminism. Then the fourth one is about Indic feminist foreign policy. If there is some idea which we can say that there is Indic feminist foreign policy, which can be a bit different, but difficult maybe to understand, but I'm trying to find out if there's some relationship. The fifth one is again about the case studies and comparative analysis. As I have already mentioned, certain examples I've found in the literature that I have gone through. And the sixth one is conclusion and recommendations. So just 10 seconds, 10 to 20 seconds I'll take. Proposed area of discussion can be, we can find out a universal idea of welfare has been enshrined in Indian thought and can be promoted through a rational foreign policy. So there is particular contribution that can be highlighted as we have already discussed. So by two important things, one is select characters in this particular whole discussion. We can focus on the character of Amrapali in the Buddhist literature. We can find the Unnabhi that I already mentioned. Example of Vishkanyas in Kautilya's work, the Brihanala in Mahabharata, So these are some characters through which we can find out some important ideas of feminist foreign policy. The last one is the select principles, not just characters, but certain principles we can also focus on. So one is the promoting highest consciousness. When we are talking about the feminist foreign policy, it does not just focus on the women, but rather than a integrated whole we are talking about. So we find it in the classical Indian thought. So then we have the neutralizing war capability, the alliance formation capabilities, cultural, political, and social power that a women or a particular protagonist that already we have discussed, we can find out their references in this particular area. So the last slide is all about the references, a few of the references I have mentioned. So this is all about that I have worked as of now. So I'm happy to have some suggestions and remarks from the esteemed.
Yeah, it's a very comprehensive coverage you have had, and especially the Amrapali's this thing, whether it is several people have written on Amrapali's speech, after the destruction and devastation she saw, very moving. But I think you should also go through Therigathas by the Buddhist bhikkhunis, because the Buddhist principle of harmlessness and the ethics of harmlessness, and also rejecting violence in all its forms. You should read Uma Chakravarti's work on Therigathas. Uma Chakravarti has done the feminist analysis of Therigathas, and lot other scholars, also Buddhist bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, have also done. And currently also it is recited. Therigathas are happening. I have been witness to Therigathas in Dharma, in Himachal Pradesh, in Sidbari, in the Buddhist monasteries, where there is monasteries by bhikkhunis, where they have it, in Dharamshala and nearby places. So I think literature is available. You should even take that as a case study, because it's a very comprehensive treatment to peacemaking, peace building, and no ethics of harmlessness, that is brought from they drew inspiration from the Buddhist principles, and they have the question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
And the whole feminist slogan of personal is political, that you can't talk of only world peace. Peace has to begin from home. That was when the world leaders in 75 were saying about talking about world peace, what the rebuttal by the feminists was, peace begins from home. So when you reject any form of conflict, the violence, gender-based violence also is rejected. That comes out strongly in the Therigathas by Buddhist bhikkhunis. Over to Sima, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. For your comment, and also to Pinkuji. Perhaps, you could also look at the Prasangika theory, which I spoke about in my presentation. Again, drawing from the Buddhist thought, that could also be very important. And also perhaps we could, avoid making analysis from those points or those texts where women are being, used because of their. Yes, exactly. So that should be perhaps avoided, because we need to focus on women's leadership and women's agency and the role in positively contributing, not for other purposes. And also, how about the role of the queens? How did they help, or how did they influence the foreign policy of various of their the kings? So that could be not using their agency in a negative way, but also or not letting their agency being used in the negative way, I would say.
Got it.
And also not controlling, because negative agency comes when you are under control. True. While in case of Amrapali, you need a tremendous courage of conviction to challenge the king who has won the war. So that is a question of agency. Or the Therigatha, the Buddhist bhikkhunis, who gave up everything in life, and then they challenge the whole patriarchal order. So I think that's very important. Yeah.
And maybe the vocabulary, yes, by using vocabulary, a positive vocabulary is very important when we are using.
Otherwise, we'll just be continuing with the masculine ideas, even
the patriarchal trap, trap of patriarchy.
Yes, true.
Yeah, Janki, you want to say?
Can I just say a quick word? I mean, I think basically resonates with what you are saying, is that, when we glorify, I mean, the problem really with reinventing, let's say, feminist principles in the earlier times, I mean, when you are invoking certain elements, we have to be extremely careful about not glorifying the context at that time, which otherwise was highly patriarchal. So I think the discernment is very, very necessary, where you don't automatically say that, oh, that was a golden era for women and everything was fine. Absolutely not. So I just feel very strongly about the fact that one has to be extremely careful when we are reclaiming maybe certain things that were going on selectively. Maybe they were absolutely positive, but we need to have a disclaimer that not all was well with the society at that time. It was not an equal society. I think that's my sort of very strong observation with regard, or word of caution, as it were. Thank you.
Now I request Nahin Raihana Prapti ji to go on with the presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Prapti from Bangladesh, and can you see my screen?
Yes, but it is in working mode. Make it a slideshow mode.
Yeah, sure.
We cannot see your screen anymore. Can you share it again?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Let it be if it doesn't. Okay, fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So my topic was sandwich generation women in Bangladesh, their caregiving stressors, and the feminist foreign policy. So just to introduce, the sandwich generation is a term used to describe adults who are caring both their children and their aging parents. For men, this is more of a financial responsibility, but for women, it is more about their caregiving role. So I am interested in this topic because I myself have been raised by a woman of sandwich generation. So I am just acknowledging my bias here. And Bangladesh is currently going through its demographic dividend phase. So the women's participation in labor force have increased, but the unpaid care work is definitely not being recognized. And so they go through the intense labor, and it's affecting their health, well-being, and financial stability. And what I see is a potential for policy improvement in favor of women here.
Nahin ji, we cannot hear you and we cannot even see your screen now.
She's dropped out. Maybe she'll rejoin, maybe connection issues.
Yeah.
You can text her on WhatsApp if required.
She is there, madam.
Can you see it now? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just continue.
Yeah.
So this paper is hoping to address the literature gap in the places that has been largely overlooked. So this is in the existing literature, the concentration was always on women and gender equality, and their or on working mothers. But what I have tried is to look at the intersection of these issues and to explore the socio-cultural dynamics of caregiving and provide a fresh perspective on women's coping strategies, and also to connect the local realities with the global feminist discourse. So my research questions were how women negotiate their roles as caregivers for both children and elderly relatives, how these duties are assigned and how gender norms shape this division, how these burdens influence both their physical and mental health, And how can we connect these challenges with the feminist foreign policies? So I have not extensively brought out the methodologies, but just to share with you, I have conducted almost 25 interviews as I have acknowledged, this was my area of interest before starting this fellowship. And I have, but I'm not sharing my results here. So these are things that are new here, the focus of sandwich generation, their health impacts, and a holistic approach to the caregiving issues, and the linkage to, of local realities to the global feminist frameworks. And now I am trying to connect my results of my interviews with and trying to analyze them with the feminist 10-part theory, and taking the feminist foreign policy as you can say that I'm trying to do is trying to connect the feminist standpoint theory and the feminist foreign policy with the issues of sandwich generation women. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Praptiji, for your presentation. When you talk about sandwich generation, I'm sure in that generation, the memories of Bangladesh war must be very, very intense, no? Because now also we have not experienced partition, but my parents had experienced, and we know all the bedtime stories were around partition and the human miseries and so many anecdotal things. So do you think that this sandwich generation's idea about national sovereignty or the relations with the neighboring countries or the globalization, have you included all these issues in your questionnaire? That because even it affected, it was an existential reality, no? The kind of trauma that the whole Bangladeshi women had to go through when the Pakistani army had like attacked them in a very extremely barbaric manner, and so many women were sexually violated, and so many became homeless, and so many were thrown out, as we told that they were, though state called them Virangana, society did not accept. Their children are still not accepted by the. So all these issues, do they they play important role in their formation of ideas of foreign policy or the relations with the foreign countries?
Ma'am, as my sample size was very small, and the age limit I have tried to connect was 18 to 40. So they not necessarily have or those memories directly as they were born, or like they were not directly, they didn't directly experience those issues. So it's more about the globalization and other facts, especially at the workplaces.
Yeah, because most of them, all the important global brands, I was in Dhaka and I saw almost all global brands were being produced in Bangladesh. And it was the working class women from the Bangladesh. They were the ones who were working for the multinational and transnational companies, no? And it is the cheapest labor, which is found to be in South Asia, in Asia rather. Bangladeshi labor is supposed to be the cheapest, and women's labor is supposed to be the cheapest in whole of Asia. So that's why you have so many multinational and transnational companies, especially in the garment sector. They were there. Or Bangladesh's policy of sending for migration, the deal which Bangladesh signed with the Middle Eastern countries, that they would accept one male migrant only if he's coupled with a one woman migrant, because the Arab countries have a shortage of domestic workers. So the woman would work as a domestic workers and man would be absorbed in the oil industry and all. So have you gone through this kind of diplomatic relations, whether it's a trade relations or the migration policy, and about which lot has been written, discussed and reported in media? Are
Yes,
these
and
women
especially the women who
commenting
are
on
being
it?
migrated, like in Saudi Arabia or other Middle Eastern countries, most of them are being violated. And we have recently seen in the white paper that has recently been published that the policies are not women friendly regarding migration and other issues, and let alone about the childcare or other things that are necessary for women to work. So it has been a complicated issue, and hopefully there is a potential, and I see an urge to change. So let's see. I will try to incorporate these issues as
Even
much
that big
possible in my
fire,
career.
no, the big fire in which hundreds of workers died. In fact,
Yes,
when
ma'am.
I had gone to Bangladesh, it was immediately after that episode, no, where workers had already told how hazardous the situation were. And none of these multinational companies did anything about occupational health and safety. And finally, so many lives were lost. So even that lot has been written about that also. What is happening in the garment industry, all those sweatshops which are there because of all these products of Bangladesh, where the workers are paid less than $1 and they are sold in the world market at a very, very high cost of $200 and $300. So what is the level of awareness among women in your group selection or sample? Yeah.
Ma'am, I have tried to pick women from a lot of occupation, but there is definitely an issue of education, and then mostly those who were teachers or doctors, they were more about aware of those issues. But I have also taken interviews of those who work as household helpers, and they are not definitely aware of their rights.
Yeah, but at least they have heard these horror stories of their relatives who went to Middle Eastern countries, no?
Yes, they have, and which is why the migration rate is quite declining, and women are not feeling safe to go out anymore.
Correct. So I think all these issues need to be brought in, because the question of the universal human rights and UDHR not being implemented in the diplomatic relations is a very important issue. No,
Yes,
so yeah. Thank you. I think you have taken a very important concern. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Samu KZG to continue with the
Simi madam may want to say something.
Very quickly, thank you, ma'am. Very quickly, Prapti ji, maybe we need to understand what is your motivation behind choosing this topic and how it has its implications upon feminist foreign policy, and what are the countries that maybe if you are talking about migration, which are the countries you are looking at where the migration is happening, and what is the sandwiched generation. So that has to be brought out very clearly in your paper and in your research.
Yes, ma'am.
And as well as the age group has to be defined, and the reasons for you to be selecting that age group, the reason for your sample size. So the methodology also needs to be explained quite well in order to fit into the topic.
Yes, ma'am.
Because caregiving has been a major occupation of women migrants, whether they are in domestic, whether they are in the Middle East or in Singapore or in some of the South Asian countries, where they are either as a domestic worker or as a child care minder or as elderly people. So I think you have to connect paid work, paid and unpaid work, and also the exploitation. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Samu KZG, if she is present in the meeting. Bikir Kumari Hamiji.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Please go ahead.
I think everyone can see my presentation.
Yeah. Yes, we can.
Yes, just. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to the IMPRI and Asia Foundation to organize this fellowship program. My research on the evaluations of women political leadership in South Asia, focusing on the impact of patriarchy and the new opportunities that are emerging for women in politics. Before I'm entering to my theories and the methodology and the rest of the things, I would like to share a small video based on my topic. Thank you, everyone. The main questions driving my research is how do patriarchy and the political dynastic affects women's leadership roles in South Asia. Along with this, I also explore how new trends like grassroots activism and digital platforms are helping women to take on more independent political roles. To answer these questions, here you can see my objectives. First, I want to highlight patriarchal system limit women's ability to participate in politics. These systems have long kept women from reaching political power. Second, I look at how political dynasties have influenced women political careers, as many women rise to power because of their family connections, not their own political effort. We can see major examples in South Asia, especially while we are focusing about the India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. Next, I focus emerging trends such as a grassroots movement and digital platforms that are creating new opportunities for women to get involved in politics on their own terms. I also planning to explore and these challenges women face in trying to overcome these old patriarchal and dynastic system. Lately, in my objective, as I mentioned here, policy recommendation to encourage more gender equality in politics and help create more inclusive environment for women. These are the theories actually I'm using. My research is based on the...
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but you have already exceeded by a minute. I request you to wrap up as quickly as possible.
Sure. Give me 1 minute, okay? I'll close my everything. Patriarchal, in my main idea is going to highlight is actually patriarchal politics and dynastic system. These are the two major forces that I'm going to use as a theory. And for my literature also based on especially the historical analysis and the case studies and semi-structured, how the socio-politics and gender norms help to empower women in especially the region. And as a conclusion, I would like to especially the highlight to this patriarchy and the dynamic politics are still very strong in South Asia. So how we are going to overcome these issues and empower regional women, especially emerging trends as a grassroots movement, and how to use digital platform to encourage and empower women in South Asian region, and the policy recommendation, how especially focusing the female as a terms like a female foreign policy movement, like how we elaborate these kind of a movement to region. Thank you so much.
I request the experts
Yeah.
for the comments.
Yeah, thank you, Rasangaji, for choosing such a challenging topic. Your scope is very vast, but I would like to that whatever, like you will get a lot of information and the data, because all these politicians and the women leaders in South Asia, a lot has been written. But I think you need to analytically see to it that women's role in electoral politics, where you have a lot of data, which as you showed in your documentary in the video. Second one is that women's role in the right-based politics. That is also very important, which you have said, whether Women Action Forum or the women's movement in India, even in Sri Lanka, we had such a robust movement during 80s and 90s, no? And similarly in Bangladesh, a lot. The third one is the backlash that has come from the right-wing politics. As you saw, that Taliban also has a very strong women's lobby to support it, or even same in Pakistan, or same in Bangladesh currently, if you see. So even the right-wing backlash, which also utilizes women and has a massive following. So I think all these three aspects we'll have to tackle, and also chronologically, that how the post-colonial nations who were rebuilding the society on a capitalist path, and after the liberalization in 90s, what kind of changes came, and how the women's movement gave a rebuttal to it, and how the new right-wing movements are also shaping women's predicament. No?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam.
Simi.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Very interesting. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Rasangaji. Very interesting. And yes, there's a lot of literature and work that has been done around this theme. So maybe when you were talking about the already elected leaders based on their dynasties and their families, their histories, perhaps it would be very interesting to also see what positive change or what contribution they had in their countries, because they ruled for quite some time, all these women, and being at the leadership, being at the helm, how what impacts were created for the growth of their respective countries would also be important, instead of simply being overly critical that okay, they did not really deserve, just because of their family values or family at the back, they could get elected. Another second thing is about the grassroots politics, where the role of men becomes very important in electing, or the proxies that if you've read India's electoral system, in the Panchayati Raj, the proxy has the proxy mukhias that are there, or the proxy. So what is their role in helping advance the cause of women in the local politics? So that could be quite interesting. And because we have reserved seats for women even in the national legislature, which is the parliament. So what is the role of the men or the husbands in actually moving the wives upwards, or even the role of the fathers in moving the daughters upwards, just because it is a reserved seat? So that becomes quite interesting, could be seen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before moving on, Razagna ji, I would request you to kindly share the video file that you showed in documentary in your presentation.
Sure, I will.
Yeah,
I
either
will.
on the IMPRI mail or on WhatsApp. Either way you are convenient.
Yeah, I will send it via email.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I request Samu KZG if she is present with us. Pirzada Munir Islamji, you can go on with the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sure. Please pull up my presentation. Am I audible?
Yes.
Sure. So my topic of presentation is feminist foreign policy, intersections of religion, gender, and public policy. I would be mostly taking on the issue of religion and its intersectionality when it comes to foreign policy, especially feminist one, because feminism, as you know, is usually understood in terms of religion because it has a lot of intersectionality and relations with religious theories. People who are considered or who deem themselves feminist are often considered as heretics or irreligious in nature. So that deals with how feminism and religion will intersect in terms of the foreign policy. So that will be my presentation today. Please, next slide. So, as we know that feminist foreign policy has a groundbreaking framework for global diplomacy, championing gender equality and the rights of marginalized communities. But however, current foreign policy models often overlook the deep influence of religion and cultural values on societal norms, leading to resistance in conservative regions where policies perceived as secular and Western can alienate communities. Religion profoundly shapes societal attitudes towards gender, influencing both individual behaviors and broader cultural structures. While religious traditions can reinforce traditional gender norms, they also contain principles of justice, compassion, and equity that align with feminist ideals. By constructively engaging religious frameworks, FFP can foster collaboration with faith leaders and communities, bridging cultural divides. An intersectional approach that integrates religious diversity with feminist goals is essential for creating sustainable and inclusive policies that resonate globally. The problem that we try to understand is that even if we try to go to Afghanistan's problem of girl education or dress code, Iran's issue of dress code, or France issue of recent issues of hijab and all, we try to evade or just tend to the symptoms, the secondary symptoms of the issue, while as we often either because of more sensitivity towards religion or other divides, we do not go ahead and reach to those issues from which this concept of religious fanaticism or fundamentalism comes, and we do not tend to that equally. That is the problem where foreign policy, in my literature that I have read about foreign policy and religious intersectionality, that's why it lags behind. So next slide. So basically, there are n number of case studies and very well documented evidences of women being the victims of religious violence. The recent and the continued operation of these include involuntary sterilization and birth control of Uyghur Muslims in China, honor killings in Iraq, Pakistan, as well as in India. And there are state-sponsored rapes in Myanmar, who I want to emphasize here are religious in nature, forced marriage in Syria, FGM in sub-Saharan Africa and certain other parts, even in India, in the Bohra community. Then there is the operation of women in Afghanistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and other, even in the localities of Pakistan, even in the localities of India and South Asia as such. The problem with them is that all these religious violences that are perpetuated on women are often overlooked in terms of just the religion perspective. What I mean by that is that women are considered as religious other, and when we tend to them, we say that if they lack education, let's give them education. But recent Taliban issue in Afghanistan has proved that states can override everything they wish to. Now the problem remains in a religious scenario like Iran, like Afghanistan, Pakistan, or even in other countries. How do we infiltrate this issue where women are being oppressed and they are denied basic rights, and how do our foreign policy integrate with that and give them their due? That will be the problem here. So next slide, please. So feminine as religious other, which who are denigrated, oppressed, and persecuted. The problem is that religious othering, in which a religious kin combats religious alien. Any person who belongs to a particular religious group considers other people as religious alien and worthy of damnation or operation, even killing. So there have been evidence of rapes of women belonging to particular religion or religious denominations. Honor killings have a deep root in religion. Reproductive control, problem of girl education and dress code, which I mentioned, domestic abuse and particularizing domestic chores with women, or the family laws that perpetuate non-structural violence to women. We have seen some evolving trends, positive trends in India, like the Sabrimala issue. We say the Supreme Court verdict on that, and on the triple talaq. The problem, however, is that, for example, taking the triple talaq issue, when we see that triple talaq was abolished, there is no such thing in actual, the Islamic literature, Islamic canon, as the triple talaq that was actually, done away with here in India. That was an Alamgiri thing that has nothing to do with Islam remotely. So doing such things, addressing those things, identifying those which have nothing to do with any religion, which are misrepresentations of religion, and going with them and actually infiltrating those discourses in the public, will try to actually make the feminine structure more worthy of it, more respectful, and eventually lead to the equity between feminine and masculine trends. Last slide, please.
Munirji, I request you to wrap up quickly now.
Yes, so there is a problem of religious side, which I mentioned. It has been in the China, Uyghur Muslims, in the Yazidis in Iraq, against Yazidis in Iraq, and Rohingya. And this abuse of women is a form of genocide in slow motion. This is usually fostered in a rape culture, where women forcibly married to men of other faiths or no faith often must submit to those men or risk losing their lives along with their religious identities. That becomes a problem in terms of genocide of these religiously motivated issues. Next slide. So the conclusion and recommendations, I would go to recommendations directly. It will be engaging academic religious scholars who study religious studies and compare to religions, and religious leaders and communities, develop culturally sensitive frameworks, educating policymakers on religious contexts, misinterpretations and false narratives, and promotion of dialogue between secular and religious actors. Thank you. That would be it.
I'll hand over it to the experts for the comments.
Yeah. Thank you, Parveshji, for this very important topic that you have chosen, which also takes up wide gamut of issues and that faced by women with regards to foreign policy and the cultural relativism related to cultural relativism. My comment is that you should also focus on the heroism of those who have challenged this kind of even individual women who have challenged discriminatory family laws in all Asian countries. The question of solidarity, even in the midst of conflicts, or whether it's a communal riot or the honor killing, the support that they have received from the civilians. And third one is the person like Malala, or there are several such Malalas in Asian countries who have, even recently we saw the girl in Iraq, young girl, 19-year-old girl, she has defied charge. So I think that gives hope that even in the midst of such severe onslaught and coercion by the authorities, aided by the religious intolerance and sectarianism, there are forces and there are individuals and collective endeavor to challenge it. So it can be either individual initiative or change in the policies. I remember in London School of Economics, where all these young children from Sub-Saharan Africa, they used to be in the class. They did not utter a word in the class when FGM was discussed, where the Western liberals were talking about conducting FGM under sanitized condition in the operation theater, rather than leaving it to the quacks, which would generate septicemia and all. But these young boys, when they went back to Africa and became politics, because they were children of elite and the plum positions were ready for them. And they brought in so many progressive laws, that they're banning FGM. So I think involvement of men and so many young men who are also now sticking out their neck, and they are not just happy enjoying privileges which patriarchy gives them. what is there, how do they make difference as bureaucrats, as politicians, as lawmakers, as teachers, and as civilians? No, I think if that also can be brought in, so because it makes a very inspiring story. No, otherwise it all looks that we all are doomed.
Definitely, ma'am. It's important to take up those case studies and not only lead the legacy and take their legacy forward, what they did in circumstances that we cannot even imagine of, going against heroic acts. It's important and imperative to bring in, and I'll bring them in my research paper. Due to scarcity of time here, I could not manage it, so I focused on the key.
No, you need not do the in-depth interview. Even whatever is written testimonies are there in public domain. Even from that, I think inspiration can be the way our Sri Lankan friend has done. She has a Rasangya, she has done. Similarly, you can also on the secondary sources, you can weave them into your thing. Thank you. Very good.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manish. Where are you located, by the way? Hello,
Ma'am, I'm from Kashmir, ma'am. I have done my PhD in religious studies from Jamia Millia Islam.
okay. So I think the sources would not be a problem. You'll be able to access internet.
That's not an issue. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any comments from Simi, ma'am?
Very quickly, thank you, Munirji, for your presentation. Perhaps if you could also look at the role of various institutions and also various multilateral organizations working in these countries, how they have aided or how they have enabled the voices of women. That would be very interesting. And perhaps there could be some stories of men also. All men are not perpetrators. So if even if one or two stories such as these could be elaborated, it would be quite interesting.
Definitely, ma'am. That they are in the loop. I will definitely do that. I will check what could be done in that. I will mention them. And as I said, due to scarcity, I could not bring in all, but I will definitely incorporate that. Thank you. Thank you for your suggestion.
Also, the role of Malala's father, who ran the school for girls, with the harassment. So very inspiring.
Yes, definitely, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Amita Marwaji to continue with the presentation. Dr. Amita Marwaji.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you share the screen, because for some reason I cannot.
Have you sent your PPT? Have you sent your PPT? Have you sent it to?
Yes, I have.
It?
Yes, I have.
Fine.
Ma'am, I've not received your PPT.
Oh, okay. But
I
I'll try to share it because my laptop is not working. Just give me 1 second. I'll try to share it.
Okay.
In the meantime, we could have the next.
Yeah.
And you also send it again to the,
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Have the next presenter.
So I request Dr. Apurva Dikshitji to go on with the presentation. Dr. Apurva Dikshitji.
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Yeah.
Just a second, I'll share my screen.
Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
Definitely. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Here we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Apurva Dikshit. I am currently working as an assistant professor in School of Law, G.D. Goenka University. The topic which I've chosen for presentation today is the role of women's organizations shaping feminist foreign policy, a comparative study. The basic highlight which I've kept in mind is regarding the dispute resolution mechanism as well. Since my specialization happens to be in that domain, so I wanted to amalgamate both the areas and understand how this could be workable. So the key findings which I was able to understand through this was the collaborative approach and enhanced peace outcomes. While we talk about women's role in making a dispute resolve easily, finding reveals that the women organization actually utilize a collaborative conflict style management. I mean, all the women, and with no offense to the other gender, will agree that we're a little calm. We're a little on the calmer side. We're on the collaborative approach. We like to cooperate. We like to listen to the other person. And this emphasis on dialogue and consensus building fosters inclusive and sustainable solutions. Now, also, if we talk about the enhanced peace outcomes, research indicates that there's a strong correlation between women's participation in peace negotiations and the longevity of the peace agreements. This actually suggests that the involvement enhances the quality and effectiveness of the conflict resolution processes. Now, I have taken 3 case studies, which are of Sweden, Canada, and Germany, wherein there have been feminist movements in all these 3 countries and which have played a pivotal role in shaping the national policies. Now, while we talk about Sweden, the policy which I'm talking about specifically is the gender equality in international relations. This focuses on gender-sensitive foreign policy, which has influenced Sweden's approach to conflict resolution and peace building. Whereas if I talk about Canada, its feminist international assistance policy exemplifies a commitment to gender sensitive and development aid. Now, the reason why these 3 countries have chosen, because they have specifically targeted, in the sense, not targeted would be the right word, but they have put a lot of involvement of women, and that involvement has actually shaped and actually helped in understanding the legislative policy formulation, and they've helped in a positive manner. I will not take much time because we are running short of time. So I'll quickly move to the next part. Now, challenges which are being faced by the women organization. First one being the cultural norms. Now, while I talk about cultural norms specifically in the country like India, excuse me, the social expectations and the cultural norms actually often limit women's participation in decision making and hindering their ability to influence foreign policy and conflict resolution processes. Because there is a mindset which is behind, and that is the cultural setback which we are facing. Underrepresentation is another factor and another challenge, because, I mean, to be frank, we all know that the participation of women in any organization and every organization is comparatively very less to the other gender. Now, resource constraints, limited access to resources, including funding and support, hampers women's organizations' ability to effectively advocate for their priorities and implement their initiatives. Now, what could be the recommendations? Policy recommendations that government should be recommending strategies to promote gender-sensitive initiatives, ensuring women's full and equal participation in conflict resolution and peace building. However, we do have Article 15 standing apart, but there are more policies which are required right now to help. Increased funding, promoting gender equality, and expand research. These are the recommendations which I am able to enhance through my research. Now, moving ahead, if we talk about the conclusion, the power of women organization, the crucial role, this research concludes that the women's organization play a critical role in shaping feminist foreign policy. Because being a woman and being a person from representing this gender, I would be able to understand the problem, the challenges which I face. I mean, if you ask for a, let's just say, posh, sexual harassment rules against the women at the workplace, can a man draft it? It's a woman who goes through those challenges, and the policies which are to be required could be framed by a person who's actually undergoing all these things. Just for example, so the contributions are essential for achieving sustainable peace and fostering inclusive governance. And the last point is the empowerment and support. Continued support and empowerment of these organizations are very crucial for the effectiveness of foreign policies and advancing gender equality. I think on that note, I would end my presentation here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been lovely since the past few weeks, having the discussions and hearing everybody on Fridays. It's been a lovely time spent. Thank you so much, IMPRI.
Yeah. So my response to your presentation is that only one sentence where you said that can man frame such policies. In fact, it's a question of not being biologically woman or a man. What are your values? You have some of the most progressive policies on POSH. For example, Bombay University's progressive policy was drafted by Advocate Mihir Desai.
Yes.
And we have also, so that is there. Justice Verma, though he told the feminists to write Vishaka directive, help him write, but you know Justice Verma committee's recommendation and how they screened more than some 30,000 recommendations which they had received. So I think that is very important. That what are your ideologically, what are even the legacy of social reform movement, which showed the role that male social reformers played, like Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, where
Certainly.
women of his family wanted, they were rationalizing widow burning, while he said nothing doing. I can't see my sister-in-law entering fire. So I think that is very, very important.
Absolutely, ma'am. I completely agree with you. The idea was just to make more women involved in these policies, because you
No,
understand
that is there.
there are
Yeah,
people
that is
there are people who are supporting us, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But I
So
think
we need the
involvement,
allies. Yeah.
yes, is more important.
Very. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. Simi ji?
Yes. Very interesting presentation. Just one point, if we could have more of mentions of anecdotes, that would be really interesting, and it would help the research go very, very
Thank you
importantly
so
well.
much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I have put some points in my paper essay. I think because of the time constraint, I did not elaborate it that much, but you will see in my essay that I have put all those things. Thank you so
And
much.
some of the women diplomats like Meera Shankar
Yes,
or
yes, ma'am.
Nirupama, they
Yes.
have spoken publicly how they worked as a diplomat, where to see to it that more and more harmony was created and more dialogues were established. No? So even those experiences of women diplomats will also be used.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah. These could also be found in many of our webinars that were conducted, and they have been part of it, and they have also spoken about their experiences.
The videos are there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I will also add them. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Event outcome reports are also there. Event outcome reports of feminist foreign policy. Previous 3 rounds are there.
All right, ma'am.
IMPRI.
I will definitely look into it. Thank you so much, Vibhuti, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I request Dr. Amita Marwaji to go on with the presentation.
Right. So I did send my presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I've received it. I'm just sharing it.
So thank you, Shweta. My presentation is basically, and the topic which I've chosen is feminist foreign policy and its transformative potential in global migration and refugee governance. There is a very stark reason why I chosen this topic, and I'll be sharing that in the end. Can I have next slide, please? The objective of basic the objective, basically, we are living in an era where an unprecedented global migration is happening. Not only Syria and other parts of the world is witnessing these things, where the people are actually migrating or to other countries. Even India has seen that kind of influx in terms of Rohingya refugees and Bangladeshis and other kind of refugees. So my basic, can I have next slide, please? My basic study is more from economics point of view. See, this is a new topic for me, because I wanted to understand what feminist foreign policy is all about, and how the underpinnings of foreign policy, and of course how we can have a comprehensive framework for integrating FFP approaches into global migration, specifically in context to countries like emerging economies like India. Next slide. So these are the 3 research questions which I have actually thought about. Now, how does this implementation of feminist foreign policy transform, institutional approaches and outcomes in refugee and migration governance? And the entire thing which I could understand from the entire thing is, can I have a next slide, please? Next. Yes, the entire thing I could understand is basically it's all about traditional approaches, which was more state-centric. It is more securitized perspectives, and of course, male-dominating. We want to actually convert this kind of a thing and transform into a feminist approach, which will actually try to understand more the perspective from a more feminist lens. So what we need is basically a policy redesign and institutional changes in institutional framework. But what happens when you actually come across countries like India, where we are emerging economies? Can I have next slide, please? So this kind of a conceptual framework is possible in the countries like India, and because we have various challenges at the ground level, and the challenges which we experience is little different from what the Sweden or probably the Canada or the other European countries, the groundwork which they have laid down is we have a different kind of a social system. We have a different kind of a resource accessibility. Even the per capita availability of capital is very limited. We have faced various challenges at the front of societal level, and of course there is a lot of the society is actually not ready to give the gender the kind of equality which we actually see in European countries. So actually imitating that thing in our country probably is little difficult. Can I have next slide, please? Next. Yes, next. Yeah, so what we require in our country is political will, adequate resource allocation, capacity building efforts, and meaningful community engagement. Now, can I have next slide? So this is intersectional approaches to migration governance, which is actually a very important part of feminist foreign policy, to study intersectionality. Now, gender identity, race, economic age, status, age, disability, sexual orientation, indigenous background. Now, when the Rohingya refugees has come to India, there are many refugees that are still in India and actually are stationed at probably at the border area. Now they have a very interesting relationship with India also, because they are working as informal workers within the territory of India, and the idea, and they don't have these kinds of rights which we are actually looking at the screen. Can I have next slide?
Dr. Marwaji, I'd request you to wrap up quickly now.
Yeah, sure. So the entire idea is to understand that how we can incorporate feminist foreign policies agenda, feminist foreign policies into our own framework, and to give dignity to actually those women which are actually coming within our territory and still do not have access to even a simple right of let's say a citizenship. So I'm trying to figure it out, that what is the middle way of bringing that kind of a feminist foreign policy into the framework and emerging economies like India. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, I request the experts for the comments now.
I congratulate you for taking up the issues of migration, because it's a most mind-boggling issue that most of the nation states are finding after economic globalization, because when it comes to capital investment and all, the globalization is acceptable, liberalization and no borders and all. But when it comes to the human beings, they are becoming more and more stricter when it comes to granting visa and all. So I think it's very important thing, and bringing the issue, because wherever we go, all the employers organization, they are happy. You see the construction giants everywhere, and you most of them have Bangladeshi workers who would work for the lowest minimum wages. Even the question of sanitation workers, if you see the getting into the underground sewage and all that kind of a completely hazardous task are done by them. But at the same time, when it comes to giving them social security, social protection, citizenship right, dignity, and that whole Damocles sword constantly standing on their head, that any time they will be deported, and even at the time of NRC and the whole agitation that we had, that also showed these double standards of the state, whether it is in America vis-a-vis Mexico. You just, if Mexican labor is not there, American economy will be paralyzed. They are the ones who are doing the most hardcore work, in Arizona and Texas and everywhere. So I think the main thing is that even the employers organization, because the employers are secretly employing them. You go to Assam and sit in the drawing room of any elite, even police officers or the bureaucrats, and you get all hot, nice meal, and one after another courses come. And you say, who has made it? And they would introduce this woman who is working, and she happens to be Bangladesh, And but at the same time, they would take a stance in public against the immigrants, So this is the dilemma and the dichotomy and the criminalization of migrants which happens. And it was only, I think I know only Anand Patwardhan who has made a film, Mumbai Hamara Test, where every time anything went wrong in Bombay, they would blame the migrants, because Bombay has around 60% migrants. So that happened. And he said that these are the backbone of Bombay. If they are not there, economy will collapse. So I think that angle that you have brought down, and the empathy and humanity and also social security that you need is extremely important. And it is not only for us. All the South Asian states, they need to have all the global economies, because all of them are now talking about inward looking policy. And as a result, those who suffer the most are migrant people. Even in the Scandinavian countries, Sweden and Norway and Denmark also. Thank you. Simi ji?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Dr. Marwa, for your presentation. My one comment is that in the slide where you had mentioned that you would want to look at the 4 aspects where there is meaningful community participation, institutional effectiveness, etc. If you could also show what kind of work has already been done, and it's not that it is something new that we need all these things. Definitely there has been a lot of work done over the past few decades. So and where the work has been done and where are the challenges, where do we need to go, that gap, if that can be made very clear and work around that gap, that would be very effective and bring your paper very well. Thank you.
I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to figure out that gap, because there are challenges which are very ground level challenges. I'd like to share one small instance. There was this lady who comes, as ma'am was mentioning over here, who picks up the rag, and the kind of threats and the kind of things which they face, which she tells me, is really, really heartbreaking. So we can understand that we are actually using them as a labor, but then we are not giving them not even a dignity of being a worker in our country. So informal sector is really thriving on these people. So I like to figure out that gap myself. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Tina ji to go on with the presentation.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am. I have shared my PPT with you. Can you please share it?
Ma'am, we have not received your PPT. Could you share it again?
Did you send to learnings? Which email ID?
It's Reet.
Reet, acha, Reet. Everyone is sending it to Reet only.
Ma'am, could you please
person.
send it to learning at IMPRI?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, we
I
can
have
go
shared it, ma'am.
So we'll move ahead with the next fellow. I request Ahana Singh ji to go on with the presentation.
Yeah, hi. Good evening. I'll just share my screen.
Yeah.
One moment. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
Yes.
So my topic is rethinking feminist foreign policy, India's colonization. So my paper seeks to bridge the gap by critically examining Western foreign policy models from a post-colonial perspective to identify how India's unique context and priorities could add richness to any universally relevant decolonized framework. The study would examine to what extent feminist foreign policy frameworks are imbued with assumptions that might overlook or disregard the lived experiences and needs of countries in the global south, particularly India. In the study, the legacies of colonialism and the intersections with contemporary feminist agendas are assessed to determine how applicable and relevant post-colonial thought may be to offering alternative policies for challenging FFP. The aim is to present a model of FFP that is intersectionality, inclusivity, and adaptability sensitive, and opens the doors for post-colonial states and their assumptions of feminist policies. So the research questions that I posed were, how do models of Western feminist foreign policies reproduce power relations? How large is the role of post-history in shaping the frameworks of feminist foreign policy? In what way can India contribute to a decolonized feminist foreign policy? What are the limitations and challenges of implementing Western models in the global South? And what would decolonial feminist foreign policy actually look like? So the few case studies that I wanted to pick up as an example, just to share here, was India and the development diplomacy, particularly through initiatives like the International Solar Alliance and development partnerships with Africa, etc. Taking up examples like Rwanda and their gender responsive foreign policy, which is often called a feminist foreign policy pioneer in Africa, and Bangladesh. Women in the peacekeeping of Bangladesh have become a leader in deploying women in UN peacekeeping operations. And this is one of the methods in which I would like to study my topic. The final step would be developing a decolonized framework for FFP that takes in the values and priorities set by post-colonial states. Given that this research project draws from Indian foreign policy perspectives, coupled with the regional and specific feminist analysis, this section will detail the key elements of decolonized FFP that safeguards both gender justice, and national sovereignty. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Hanaji. I understood what will be your focus on India's foreign policy, and also Rwanda case study, extremely inspiring, and we need to really learn a lot from that. But for Bangladesh, what will be your focus area?
So for Bangladesh, I wanted to pick up the peacekeeping forces that they have in place.
Okay. And there and are there any articles or research reports on that?
Yeah, there were a few that I was reading.
Right. They are official sources, yeah.
Yeah.
Or by the, okay.
My comment is that when you're looking at the developmental partnerships in Rwanda, you could look at the work that has been done in the agricultural sector, because India has partnered with the country and along with another country, the United States, and they have enabled the women farmers, the women agriculture, those engaged in agriculture, to a lot of to be actually standing on their feet as against the last few decades, and this has been a success story. So in the development partnerships, if agriculture could be taken up, it would be quite interesting.
Yes, ma'am. I'll definitely look into that.
University partnerships, and also through various NGOs, INGOs, they have really worked a lot.
And how they converted alcoholic dens into a milk booth, no? Because there's so many buffaloes and cows were given by India to Rwanda.
Yes.
And these women politicians, so that people did not
And they've
lose
become
those who were
yeah.
and the bootleggers did not become unemployed. Only thing they changed their profession from that to milk, selling of milk or providing milk.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'll look into it. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I now request Dr. Tina ji to go on with the presentation.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So, topic of my presentation is the impact of feminist foreign policy on women's rights, a comparative analysis. Basically, feminism is an ideology which deals with the social, political, and economic rights of the female. So it advocates for the inclusion of the gender perspective in all foreign policy decision and initiative, support gender equality and women empowerment, gender equality in diplomatic negotiation and international agreement, specific security needs of women and girls, including protection from violence and participation in peace building process, gender responsive and address the needs of the women and girls. There are a number of examples of feminist foreign policy, such as an example of Canada feminist international policy, it gives the preference to the gender equality and the women empowerment in all areas which are related to the Canadian foreign aid. Sweden is also a great example of FFP when we are talking about it integrating gender equality into the all aspects of its policies. Sweden's feminist policy, it has been a pioneer in case of feminist policies and integrating gender equality in all aspects of its foreign policy. If we are talking about Mexico, though it is not a developed country, it is a developing country, but still it is focused on the gender equality, human rights, and the women empowerment. So basic reason behind the research is to understand this growing movement that challenge the previous or the traditional approach and how it is against the patriarchal society, whether it gives a new dimension to the women's right in socio-political and legal aspect in India. Ma'am, please next slide. Key aspects. So basically, what are the key principles of this foreign policy, feminist foreign policy? Next slide, ma'am. So when we are talking about the key aspects or the key principle of this foreign policy or feminist foreign policy, so gender equality is a foremost principle of feminism, and it addresses the gender disparities in every aspect of the foreign policies. Secondly, feminist foreign policy advocate the human rights for all without discrimination on the basis of gender. Next, FFP recognize the interconnections of the various forms of oppression such as the gender, race, class, and the sexuality. Feminist foreign policy is working against the male-dominating society. It empowers the women in the society and fight for their rights. And this policy encourages the peaceful conflict resolves and talks about the basic reasons of the domestic violence and the other kinds of abuse against the women and girls. And the feminist foreign policy identify the unequal impact of environmental degradations on the women and the weaker section of the society, because everyone is now working on the sustainable development. And when we are talking about the sustainable development, social development, it's also a part of the sustainable development. So in my conclusion, ma'am, please come to the part of conclusion. In my conclusion, I just want to recognize the basic things for the gender equality in India and the feminism concept of this concept in India. So when we are talking about the feminism, the development of the true feminist movement is seriously hampered by the emergence of pseudo-feminism. Such phenomena just be through examine in order to discerns between the self-serving tales and the true feminism activism. We can strive towards a day where women's rights are completely upheld and safeguarded by encouraging a comprehensive awareness of the feminist ideals and by making people and organizations responsible for their needs. But if we are talking about the India, specifically India, yes, we are working towards the feminism. Now we are advanced gender equality both at home and abroad with a notable success. We are the part of CEDAW, that is the Convention on Elimination of All Kind of Disparities Against the Women. So we are working on it, but we have number of things in our country through which we cannot say we are doing the same thing as with the developed country or the other countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tina. I request the experts for the comments now.
Dr. Tina ji, your abstracts are very general. You need to focus on area, whether you want to focus on feminist foreign policy and its implementation in India with regards to CEDAW or Beijing Platform for Action, or the work which the women's movement has done and in furthering the transnational solid. Some one particular aspect you take and go, because you have to create new knowledge, because whatever you have told in the abstract is already been studied widely, repeatedly. So, and it is too general, no? So we come up with a specific focus for your paper. That's my suggestion. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I have a similar comment as well as Professor Patel. And also because if you are focusing on the role of feminist foreign policy on women's rights, so then we are, again, rebringing the focus of inquiry into the traditional critique which feminist foreign policy has, that we are talking only about women. So it has to be inclusive. We have to show that it is actually inclusive, and bringing the focus of inquiry into women's rights is again it becomes redundant. So we need to renew the knowledge production, what we are actually aiming for. Thank you.
And when you use
Sure,
the term
ma'am, sure.
like a pseudo-feminist and all, these are very value-loaded things. So you'll have to deconstruct that if
Yeah.
you are using that term. No, and so
Sure,
far as
sure,
possible,
ma'am,
don't
sure.
use the word female, which generally is derogatory. Only in statistics and all male, female we use. Otherwise, you call women and girls. No, right?
Yeah, definitely, ma'am,
Yeah.
definitely. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable comments.
Where are you from, Dr. Tina? Go ahead.
All right. So I request Aditya Mishra ji to go on with the presentation.
Hi, good evening all.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am Aditya Mishra. I am student of US studies in Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. Is my presentation visible?
Yes. Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Then okay.
Sir, I'm already sharing your PPT. Would you like me to go to the next slide?
Yes, yes, yes. That's why I was confused.
Okay.
Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, here I in my paper I will be looking at how gender has intersections in the field of diplomacy, specifically focusing on the outer space domain, that is emerging field in currently, and uh, why particularly this topic. Just a minute. Because I will be working in my PhD for the topic of outer space and how it has emerged and how what is the trajectory forward for that. And when I was try to look here at how inclusion of gender, that is increasing if diversity is increased in the diplomacy arena of outer space, how things can change. And when I started reading, unfortunately, I didn't get much on the outer space diplomacy where gender features specifically. Hence, I tried to work upon myself that I will look, and for that I will have to look on a greater detail from other sources, specifically in the science and tech domain, so that I can get some sense how it can work in the field of outer space. For the purpose, I was looking at the emergence of how the diplomacy, especially since the Second World War, has emerged in the domain. Then I was looking at that is the first slide also, evolving space landscape. The space exploration, which has happened till date, has shifted from being primarily government controlled to a more complex multi-stakeholder ecosystem. As nearly every week we can see some post and some new things happening from the SpaceX, that is Elon Musk's company, and other companies also they are coming up. This transformation requires a reimagining of space diplomacy to accommodate a range of new actors, including private companies, which are now coming up, international organizations also, like United Nations and others also, and the emerging space powers like India and other countries which are now coming up. And this emerging dynamics of ecosystem, where lots of new players are coming up, they demand new approach to manage international relations and negotiate in space, addressing not only technical and scientific aspects, but also political, economic, and social factors that shape the governance of the space domain. Looking at the gender disparities, despite significant progress as we have seen in the several this theme of feminist foreign policy, that there are a lot of changes coming up, but historically gendering has not been that much prevalent diversity in the sense of diversity in the science and tech domain, and they still persist quite a lot. And space domain is not bereft of that. Women's women were systematically excluded from astronaut programs and space-related roles for it's still a first slide. Women were systematically excluded from astronautical programs and space-related roles for much of the 20th century. And although there has been progress such as inclusion of women in later missions, the persistence of gender disparities in leadership role and technical position highlight that genuine equality remains an ongoing challenge. Next slide, please. The cultural and institutional influences which we see in the terms of gender dynamics in space diplomacy are shaped by complex web of cultural, social, and institutional factors that vary significantly across different countries and regions. For instance, cultural attitude toward gender roles as well as institutional structure within space agencies can either facilitate if company itself, which is coming up is has lots of women, then they will fare like that. But if they do lack presence of other genders in their institutional mechanism, that will still persist with the upcoming of in the domain of outer space also. Then these varying contexts highlight the need of nuanced understanding of gender issues in space exploration. And the second theme of in this slide, commercial space and gender. The rise of private companies introduce new power dynamics into space diplomacy, which can either challenge or reinforce existing gender inequalities. While these companies are pushing the boundaries of space exploration, they also bring with them the cultural norms and organizational structures they may replicate or even exacerbate that may replicate or even exacerbate gender disparity, even gender disparities which are seen in traditional government agencies, like specifically that is the area which is male dominated. Next slide, please.
Aditya Mishraji, I request you to wrap up quickly. You have already exceeded 1.5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Then I'll just conclude with the questions which I am going to look upon. It is the last slide, I think. Last second slide. Okay, it is not there. I will just speak up. I have a different slide in that it is present. The questions which I am looking is how is the evolving landscape of space exploration influence gender equality in space diplomacy? What cultural and institutional factors shape gender dynamics in space activities across different countries? How do commercial space companies and emerging technologies like artificial intelligence impact gender roles and inequalities in the outer space domain? What role does intersectionality of gender, race, nationality, etc. play in shaping gender equality in space diplomacy? And what institutional reforms and strategies are necessary to achieve gender equality in space diplomacy? Because already, as I have mentioned, that they are already quite lacking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I request the experts for their comments now.
I think we should, will you also focus on how person like Kalpana Chawla or Sunita Williams or Sharmila Bhattacharya or like all those women who joined NASA, they have acted as role model to the younger generation? Or what were their trajectories in getting into such prestigious institutions and getting a very crucial position in those institutions? And why they had to be in India? Were there similar possibilities available, or the women scientists in ISRO? To what is their weightage and bargaining power in the space hierarchy, the career hierarchy?
Yes, ma'am. It is quite important to look at these women who are already or who have worked in past, because that can be a learning experience how they managed and how others can do. Because it is important to transform the institution, that is structure which is prevailing there. Like if we talk in ISRO, Ritu Mahajan, Dr. Ritu Mahajan, who was leading the Mars mission, we have seen in the Mom movie also. these women and Kalpana Chawla, after that, when Kalpana Chawla went to space, after that, Chandigarh Institute, there is an Institute of Technology in Chandigarh. I think it's Chandigarh Institute of Technology. They named in which she has did her bachelor's BTech in aeronautics and changed its name to Kalpana Chawla Institute. But changing name of the institute did actually contributed anything to we will have to look on that, and how other women also managed to get how they are like you mentioned in about diplomats, Meera Shankar, etc. These diplomats also keep coming to JNU, and we many times interact and see how they do. Then the lots of jobs are not given to them. They are thought to be inferior to others that is male dominated, and they can do better, and why keep women there. These things come up, then we will have to look how these spaces are opened up, how they push the boundaries, traditional boundaries to get in.
Yeah, no, but even like we talk about Kalpana Chawla and Sunita Williams, but there were like Dr. Sharmila Bhattacharya or Dr. Kamlesh Lulla or Dr. Maya Mayappan or Dr. Anita Sengupta, Dr. Madhulika Guha-Thakurta. All of them have also been in the globally this thing, though they are not, they did not gain the celebrity status. But what were the factors which facilitated, which were the enabling factors and disabling factors for them? To get into the career in space research or space arena, no? Yeah.
Yes. We will have to look in that also, because
And
many
how
times,
being,
yes.
And how being Indian did they manage to get position in a place like NASA, which is so security conscious, no?
Yes, ma'am. I will have to look in detail on that. I was looking, but much content is not available on the background on the stories like which we are discussing here. It is quite tough to get how she managed to be simply what we get, that she just emerged in somewhere from outside in the NASA, and she became the explorer. That is how we see the story, because it is quite tough domain to get details.
Yeah,
Like
even
you
in
mentioned,
ISRO, like even in
yes,
ISRO, when I was invited for International Women's Day, I was not allowed to, they just, the two directors, they took me on the podium. I was not allowed to even interact with the women scientists there, and they were highly competent women. Finally, I defied and got from the podium to this thing and started talking about, and all of them are extremely competent as a radar technologist and the space technology. Only when the Aryabhatta and this thing was discussed that we saw them, their faces, no? Otherwise, they were always invisible. Yeah.
Yes,
So will you be able to, have you interacted with any one of them?
No, ma'am. As of now, I have not interacted, but earlier I have interacted to Ritu Mahajan and
you have only
several other
secondary
women
sources, huh?
Yes, and I was talking to Professor Nivedita Menon also to how to conduct such researches, and let's see what she suggests.
Yeah. Janki, you want to say something?
No, it's my presentation next.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, after Dr. Simi, after Dr. Simi, if
Yes.
she.
My brief comment on Aditya. Yes, certainly, whatever Professor Patel has mentioned, that is very important and it needs to be incorporated. And secondly, it is about, if you talk about diplomacy, then where in the process of negotiating outer space, for example, cooperation deals, or which country are we cooperating with, where are the women there, who are the women there, perhaps the nitty-gritties of maybe one or two such cases that could actually help amplify your idea to a larger extent. And also the role of women scientists at ISRO, and also maybe at NASA, wherever they have cooperated. And certainly I am aware of many such cooperative agreements that ISRO and NASA are having currently, and previously also they have had in the past. So the previous ones definitely would be declassified. And there's the Department of Space right now in the US. perhaps you could look at that also, and in the negotiation process, and where are the women there? And the role of women in this in the policy making process, that would actually help your research gain wider insights. So please incorporate. Thank you.
Certainly, ma'am. Thank you.
Now I request Janki and Dharyaji to go on with her presentation.
Are you able to see my slides?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm seeing the list of panelists.
Engendering HRD.
All right. So I belong to the domain of disaster studies and climate change and so on, extreme weather events. And my focus is really going to be on looking at these guidelines which have just been issued by the government. That's on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief as of October 2024. So, I mean, this is about India and India responding to other countries whenever they face disasters. It's been traditionally seen as an important aspect of diplomacy and seen as soft diplomacy. And the word HADR is used essentially in most military organizations across all countries. And therefore, it's also an important part of international relations. So as disasters increase, I think by and large, there is this whole idea that we should be responding, support our neighbors, and help out people in need. And this reaching out is called HADR. So yes, as I said, it's seen now also as soft diplomacy. And our present Prime Minister has been going around in many countries and saying that we will be the first ones to sort of come in and help out and so on. So there's a lot of interest in HADR. And therefore, we have had a new policy. Now, my fundamental sort of approach is to actually examine how gender sensitive is the HADR policy. And I think it's anybody's guess what it might be. But basically, one is looking at literature, which is which covers multilateral systems where we engage in HADR. So we also have different regional agreements. I would look at power dynamics within these various regional platforms. There's literature on militarization and gender, and then best practices of HADR in other countries, and gender equality programming, which I think is something that has been talked about a lot in the UN documents. So there is a lot of literature available around that. So this is about the methodology. There would be literature review and interviews with senior NDMA officials. I'm well networked with all of them. And we are doing sort of several projects together and so on. So I'm called in to advise on various matters. So I think I have access to all of them. And broadly, my research integrates disaster management, feminist studies, and international relations. And these are the three objectives: to assess the extent of inclusion of gender, to examine how HADR guidelines in India may be reshaped with a feminist perspective, make them socially responsive, and also more conscious of issues of justice. We also think that this is an opportunity for us to work with other countries on issues of gender relations and feminist policies. So being able to invoke all of that across countries is an opportunity for all of us as feminists to piggyback ride, as it were, on HADR. And then to explore the nature of advocacy that is required at diplomatic levels. So we do believe that integrating gender in humanitarian action is a shared responsibility for all humanitarian workers, no matter what sector we work on. So you could be working on health, somebody could be working on water and sanitation, but all of that is, Now here is, these are the guidelines which very clearly our HADR guidelines, whoever produced them has not looked at. So these are guidelines that one draws on, and I hope to be able to sort of bring in several elements from these guidelines, which are from the Interagency Standing Committee. It's one of the highest bodies within the UN, and the document is pretty good. It's the second edition. The first one was 2006, and there's an improved version, a revised version of 2018, which is quite comprehensive. I've had a look at it, but our people don't seem to have looked at it. Though they talk about, I mean, the guidelines say that we have looked at international best practices, et cetera, et cetera. So basically, I'm going to be identifying very specific areas where you find gender blindness or women are just generally invisibilized. So now this is...
Janaki ma'am, can you please wrap up in half a minute now?
Yeah, so this is my last slide, where one is identifying areas of critique, which is language of HADR, the need to rethink and re-envision gender structure within HADR governance institutions. This was something that was mentioned today. Consulting with both men and women, promoting women's rights, providing services around gender-based violence, look at all aspects of gender in when you're programming, investing in local organizations, ensuring equitable access, and reflecting on women's and girls' needs. So that's it. Thank you very much. Happy to sort of look at, in fact, I'm doing a paper and probably also a newspaper article, which is going to critique this because it's just out I mean, it's just been printed. And I think there are serious issues that I have with the guidelines, given the fact that I've been working within, it's highly militaristic in its orientation because it's meant for the military. It's more of guidance for military, and it's also a lot about coordination between the military and the civil bodies and so on. I think this is a good opportunity for all of us to infuse gender into the guidelines, and hopefully someone will take note. Hopefully we'll have some debates and discussions. Thank you.
Over to the
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, thank you, Professor Janaki. I think it's a very comprehensive subject that you have taken, and especially the major challenge, catching the wild animal by horns. So, but my first question is about why is it a conscious decision not to include BRICS, and what will be the response?
I don't know. It's not a conscious decision to. I mean, the BRICS will be. I have said etc. because there are several such platforms. I have only mentioned BIMSTEC, SAARC, and ASEAN because they all have a component of HADR. Now I will include BRICS as well. Yeah. And there'll be more.
And what
there are many more because India is now having a lot of bilateral, we are networking, let's say, with the Pacific. There's an Indo-Pacific network of countries. So there's several platforms that we are now consciously a part of as a country. So
will you be taking case studies of tsunami or pandemic, and what kind of
so the guidelines
support?
No, so I'm going to be actually asking, what about this, what about that? Okay, so I'm not looking at case studies because the HADR guideline includes case studies. So they have included a Turkey case study. But again, there is, no mention of women anywhere. I mean, it would appear as if it's something is happening up there and all people are kind of men, So
yeah.
I mean, I'm just doing a very frontal sort of a critique of HADR guidelines, So from a gender lens.
But what will be the implication of recent statements made by incumbent president of USA, Mr. Trump, about taking on all these associations and network organizations of Asia?
I'm not getting into that at this stage because I think my focus really is to, if at all, I would be critiquing the fact that the guidelines mention that they have looked at HADR guidelines of Japan, of US, of Australia, and so on. But they are not necessarily taking the best out of all of that, nor are they kind of, so I think my focus really is on ensuring that we have a set of guidelines which are, but I could include some of those issues in my review of literature.
Yeah,
where one is
okay.
looking at a thematic overview of various elements. I think that is where I could bring in dimensions from, like invoking those maybe case studies or even the recent formations, the critique, for instance. I don't know. I think Trump is another ball game to tackle. I think.
Yeah. Okay. The only, one last comment is that disability movement has objected to the term gender blind. So they said we should use it gender absent. So I think we'll have to make terminological change.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you. Simi ji, yeah.
Yes, very wonderful presentation, Janki ji. My point is that if you could also look at the CBDR, the common but differentiate to this, and also in the COP summits, we are increasingly seeing this aspect of HADR being taken up. So what over a period of, since maybe taking it from the Paris Declaration, or even before that up to the Baku Declaration, if you could incorporate some findings from there, and how our nations and how are they wanting to operate, how nations cooperate for this, would be quite interesting to look at.
Okay, I'll take a look. Sure. Thank you.
Common but differentiated responsibilities.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Bhanupriya Jaiswal ji to go on with the presentation.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity. Good evening, everyone. Ma'am, can you share the?
Yes, we can see it's in working mode. Yeah.
Okay. My topic is the digital diplomacy and the power of diaspora, Indian women in global governance and foreign policy. Next slide. First, I would like to say why I choose the topic. I choose this topic, digital diplomacy and the power of diaspora, because it highlights the involving nature of international relation and the influential role of the diaspora community, particularly Indian women, in the shaping global governance. The intersection of the technology, diplomacy, and diaspora advocacy fascinates me, as it reflects how traditional power dynamics are shifting in the digital age. Second, Indian women in the diaspora are not only redefining the leadership but also using the digital platform to amplify their voice on the critical issue like gender equality, climate change, and economic resilience. In its introduction, the Indian diaspora, the largest in the world, has had a profound influence on global governance. Alongside the shifting from traditional diplomacy to the digital platform, forms, Indian women in politics, academia, and business have emerged as a key player. These women utilize tools like a social media, webinar, and virtual diplomatic channels to advocate for the change and amplify their voice on the global issues. They are shaping the policies and advocating for the changes in politics, academic, and businesses. Next slide, please. Digital diplomacy refer to use of information and communication technologies to manage international relations and advance national interest. The advantage are the significant. It's enable direct engagement with the citizen and stakeholders. It's offer real-time communication, which is crucial during crisis. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, governments effectively utilize the digital platform to share, update, and coordinate responses. Ma'am, next slide, please. Indian women in the diaspora brings the unique dual heritage and expertise, making them the powerful advocate for the inclusive policies. For example, Kamala Harris, who bridges cultural divides and the champions equality. Priyanka Chopra using the digital platform to promote child right and education. Geeta Gopinath, who economic resilience, advocacy, research the millions through the social media. These women demonstrate the impact of digital tool in amplify their influence. Feminist foreign policies integrate the gender equality into the global diplomacy and security historically rooted in frameworks like the CWA, CEDAW and the CEDOC and UNSC resolution. It has been adopted by the nation like Sweden, Canada, and France. The impact is clear. Gender inclusive policies in trade and the peacekeeping and the development aid promote more equitable global governance. And the impact of diaspora women like Kamala Harris, Priyanka Chopra, Geeta Gopinath exemplify digital advocacy. They amplify social justice movements such as the Indian farmer protest issues like gender equality and climate change. However, challenges persist, including the gendered barriers, online harassment, and the resistance to progressive policies. Next slide, please. Despite the advantage and digital diplomacy is not without the challenges, cultural and societal stereotype often the undermine women's role. Online harassment, including the cyberbullying, doxing, and the abuse, discourage participation. Policies resistance in both home and the host countries limited the full potential of the digital diplomacy. Diaspora women must also navigate the complexity of the dual identities and the loyalties. Next slide, please. To address the challenges, and we must uh, build the capacity through the digital literacy, political engagement, and communication training, leverage technology including social media and AI for the advocacy, foster collaboration among the governments and NGOs and diaspora groups. In the conclusion, digital diplomacy, the transforming international relation and amplify women voice. Indian diplomacy, Indian diaspora women are at the forefront, educating for the gender equality, social justice, and the sustainable development. The future of the diplomacy lies in the inclusivity and the diversity, ensuring that global governance reflect the voice of all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhanupriya ji, for choosing a
Thank
very
you.
interesting topic of a very, very lively topic of today, digital diplomacy. I wanted to first of all know that, do you mean that one of these three women, Priyanka Chopra and Kamala Harris ji and Gopinath, Dr. Gopinath, did they support farmer struggle? Or you wanted that there is a... Hello?
Sorry, ma'am.
Did you get the evidences of three of them supporting farmer struggle?
Yes, ma'am. I saw the articles also. They are posting. I think so, ma'am.
Just verify the sources, because there were many feminists from all over the world who supported farmer
Yes.
struggle, both in terms of resources and giving their labor, going there personally, and conducting classes and cooking and all that is there.
Yes, ma'am.
Filmmakers and even diaspora filmmakers and intellectuals and writers and novelists and journalists, all of them have done. But I was not, in fact, a lot of TAS students, so many of them from development studies also went there, gave seva for 10 days, 15 days, like that. But some of these celebrity women, did they take stand in support? That I wanted to know. Second one, that the digital communities and the digital networks which are created by diaspora women, are you going to focus on them also?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I mentioned in the paper also, but I will try to elaborate more.
Because
you.
many of them have their web portals, they have their blogs, and
Yes.
they are constantly commenting on some of the vital issues, no? Global
Actually,
issues
ma'am,
as well as the...
I am focusing on the role of diaspora women in the global governance.
No,
So,
that's why the diaspora women also have digital networks as well as
yes, ma'am.
the digital communities they have created of women who take stand on global issues and provide solidarity, no? Like that. So
Okay,
currently
ma'am.
you can say what's happening in Bangladesh, or when at the time of tsunami, or at the time of pandemic, the statements which were written by 400 feminists from all over the world. So this kind of initiatives have also taken
Okay,
to
ma'am.
build the
I will.
public opinion on the vital issues, no? Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. I will try mention.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for the comment.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
Gorakhpur.
Okay.
UP.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. All the best.
My comment for Bhanupriya ji is very quite interesting research proposal. We need to really balance out or draw a line between the celebrity status diaspora women and who are our subjects and who are actually subject of analysis. And the three women that you have mentioned, one of them, to my knowledge, is an American citizen, and also she
Yes,
she is the currently the vice president also, although
Yes,
the
yes,
outgoing one. So, but she is an American first. Then we can call her a person of Indian origin. And
Okay.
through all my readings, she has how she has contributed to the growth to supporting women's cause in India needs to be really studied in depth. And because one thing that was criticized to a lot of extent was that during her 4-year tenure she did not visit India, and although she visited our neighboring countries to the east, this was not in her plan of visit. So how
The
growth
most
of
controversial
supporting
issue.
women's causes in India needs to be, yes ma'am, to supporting the cause of women and also
hello.
Yeah. And I think the most controversial thing for which I think most of the sophologists and electoral analysis is showing that she did not take stand
on the ground. She is
on Palestine, Gaza, no? The genocide in Gaza, that she did not take. She endorsed whatever the president was doing, no? In terms of military solutions.
Okay, ma'am. I will try to redefine.
Thank you.
About.
Thank
you, ma'am,
to the
for
students in universities, no, in Harvard and all. She did not stick out her neck, no, when the students were also expressing their anger against 15,000 children in Gaza being killed. She did not separate herself from what the president was doing. Otherwise, people would have voted for her. That's what analysts are saying, no? Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, I will redefine. I will go my article.
So critical reflection is required instead of just eulogizing them as a gender equality people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Savita Yadavji to go on with her presentation. Dr. Savita Yadavji. All right. Now I request Blessy Matthewji to go on with the presentation.
Savita Jadi, I am unable to unmute. She has written in the chat box. Dr. Savita Jadi.
All right. Blessy Matthewji is here already. So maybe after.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I am Blessy Matthew, currently pursuing my PhD from the Department of Political Science from the University of Hyderabad. And my paper is titled as Gender Dimension of Statelessness, a Feminist Foreign Policy Approach to Protecting Stateless Women in South Asia. Statelessness is notably common in South Asia, a region defined by its colonial past, changing borders and disputed. I'm sorry, I didn't put it in the slideshow mode. Yeah. This context has resulted in vulnerable population with ambiguous national affiliation, leading to their exclusion and deprivation of fundamental rights, protection, and access to public service. In South Asia, gender discrimination exacerbates the effect of statelessness, with women in patriarchal societies frequently facing limited rights despite possessing full citizenship. Stateless women experience conditions like lacking citizenship right. They encounter legal and social exclusion from education, healthcare, economic participation, and fundamental protection against violence. Moreover, lacking citizenship often results in exclusion from national and international protection mechanism that could elevate their vulnerabilities. So this paper proposes a feminist foreign policy approach to address the specific needs of stateless women in Asia, with particular emphasis on Hill Country Tamils and Rohingya women in India. So the paper aims to incorporate feminist theory into statelessness by studies by suggesting a feminist foreign policy framework that caters to specific requirements of stateless women in South Asia. So the research objectives are analyzing the gendered aspect of statelessness by examining the distinct experiences of women, particularly regarding gender-based violence, restricted access to education and healthcare, and socioeconomic marginalization. The second research objective is critiquing the existing policy framework on statelessness in South Asia. And third one is to advocate a foreign feminist policy that addresses the needs of stateless women in South Asia. The research questions are in what way does statelessness affect women differently than men within South Asian context? And the second question is, what are the existing national and international policy constraints in meeting the distinct requirement of stateless women? How might the idea of feminist foreign policy increase the inclusivity and efficiency of efforts to protect and empower stateless women in South Asia is the third research question. Coming to the research gap, although some academic literature exists on statelessness and feminist foreign policy, research at the junction of these domains remains scarce. Much of literature on statelessness neglects the distinct obstacles encountered by women, particularly in patriarchal societies characterized by pervasive gender-based discrimination. Moreover, policy debates concerning statelessness frequently omit a feminist viewpoint, prioritizing national security and sovereignty over the human rights of stateless women. The chapterization, the first part of the paper would introduce the concept of statelessness in South Asia, the need for a gendered perspective by emphasizing the difficulties stateless women encounter. The section would delineate the paper structure and present the study's aim, question, and methodology. It would also provide an overview of Hill Country Tamils and Rohingya population, analyzing their historical, political, and social economic circumstances that have led to their statelessness. The second part of the paper will provide the study's theoretical framework, concentrating on feminist foreign policy and its significance in addressing statelessness. And the next part of the paper will evaluate existing policy framework regarding statelessness, emphasizing South Asian. Then it will look at the national policies and analyze the South Asian policies on statelessness, evaluating the absence of gender considerations and the necessity for reforms. It will also examine case studies or examples from various regions that have implemented gender-sensitive policies, emphasizing the best practices and insights that can be applicable to South Asia. And the last part of the paper would look at policy proposal grounded in feminist foreign policy concepts, promoting a holistic strategy for safeguarding stateless women. Thank you.
All right, I request the experts for the comment.
Yeah, I think will you also take into consideration the interventions by the international agencies for the stateless women, or in terms of statements, in terms of actual humanitarian aid, and also giving them refugee status and all that, facilitating their refugee. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So the location will be in the refugee camps or in the places where they are residing now, because so
Yes,
many Tamil refugees are now no more in the refugee camps, no? They are
yes, ma'am.
staying.
I would be looking at where they have been rehabilitated in southern states, especially in Karnataka, in case of the Indian Tamils.
Are they in a separate society? Are they in a
Yes.
reservation or?
They live in a plantation sector kind of an area where the government of Karnataka have rehabilitated them in this particular colony kind of area where they reside.
Because I had seen them in the refugee camps of Chennai at that time, like it was in 1990,
There are
immediately
few of them,
after
yes, ma'am. There are few
they
of them who are
migrated.
still in residing in the refugee camps, but people who have moved in prior to have been rehabilitated in different parts.
And what about Rohingyas? Are they rehabilitated or they are still segregated in refugee
They are
camps
still
only?
segregated, ma'am, and I plan to look at them in Hyderabad.
But do they have local job as domestic workers or home-based workers or putting out work, no, which the industries that's what I saw many refugees doing this kind of work. So far as the Tamil refugees were concerned, they were getting job from the local traders and all. No? Do Rohingyas also have this kind of assignments? They're from small scale industry or informal sector work? No?
No, ma'am.
So they're totally dependent on community kitchen and the aid which is provided by international agencies.
Yes, ma'am.
How do they survive?
They do a lot of, there are a lot of NGOs that are working with them. So that is the only way that they do get their livelihood and other opportunities.
So
But
non-formal education is there by the NGOs. Huh?
yes, ma'am.
Children say this thing and the hobby classes and
Yes.
centers. Very important topic, most neglected and most important. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Simi ji, yeah. Dr. Simi?
I think so. There's some internet issue at ma'am's end.
Yeah. Okay.
We can move with the next session.
Okay.
So now I request Dr. Savita Yadav to go on with her presentation.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Myself,
evening.
Dr. Savita Yadav. I'm assistant professor in GD Goenka University. And today I'm going to be discuss on the topic enhancing employee engagement for gender equity and organizational change, the intersection of transformation leadership and feminist foreign policy. So this relationship is very fascinating. And here we are discussing about how the principle of transformation leadership and foreign policies can come together to drive gender equity organization changes, and both work in a emphasizing of the inclusion, equity, and the empowerment. And we all know that a transformation leader is the one who can bring the organizational change, and when it will work with the feminist foreign policy, so it will be a great intersection between the both. I need to play this. Just hold. Yes. The major gap of research was that despiting the adoption of the foreign feministing policy, little is known about the influence on the international organization culture. That it is applied externally, but when we talk about the internal organization culture, we found some gaps that we need to be studied. So in this, we need to be like adoption of the feminism policy is very in various sectors has been a very towards the equity and the inclusions. However, much is known. Yes, we need to explore the role of transformation leadership in with the internal environment. We need to investigate that how it is influencing the culture and what leadership style will be more suitable for that, and also trying to analyzing the impact of employee engagement on the organizational success and the institution prioritizing the foreign feministing policies. My literature review is considering the three aspects. First, the covering the principles of the FFP. The second one is focusing on the transformation leadership, which is the determinants of the shared vision, empowerment, intellectual stimulation, and the third perspective is the employee engagement, which is about the motivation, productivity, and the commitment. When we talk about the research methodology, the way of collecting the data will be through the survey and the interviews with the leaders, with the managerial level leaders, and the fierce case study of the which is associated with the foreign feminist policies and with the leadership approaches. And this will be going to be the chapterization of my research essay, introduction, literature review, research methodology part, finding and the analysis, and the discussion, and the recommendation are the final one with the conclusion. Now we talk about the impact of FFP on the just give me a second. Yes, the impact of FFP on the organizational culture. The implementing of the FFP principle with the organization requires creating a culture that portrays inclusive and the fairness. For instance, organization can design a progress to eliminate unconscious bias and the implement mentorship opportunity for unrepresented groups. This fosters a sense of belongingness and ensure that employees of all genders have equal access to resources and opportunities. And basically the leaders who champions FFP values set the tone for the organization, serving as a role model for the equity and the accountability. Now come to that, how the transformation leadership work as a catalyst. It will work as a catalyst, means how it work as a change in the organization culture. So transformation leadership is more than just managing the people. It's more about the inspiring them. Leaders who have this style focus on motivating the employees, think creative, and take ownership of their roles, and they consider their employees the assets so that they can work with them in achieving their own goal, as well as the achieving the employees goal, as well as the achieving the managerial goal, and the achieving the organization's goal. So it encourages the innovative problem solving and providing opportunity for the professional growth. This approach does not just improve the individual performance, but also align the employees' efforts with the broader organizational missions, particularly when the mission includes the equity and the inclusiveness. What are the key takeaways of this research essay? Now we will be connecting the dots. The FFP and the transformation leadership shares a common goal, which is that creating a culture for empowerment and the equity. So the synergy between both the policies, the FFPs and the transformation leadership, work as a catalyzed organization change by fostering higher employee engagement and the collaboration. However, while the potential is immense, researchers still needed to be quantify these impact and identify the best practices for the implementation. So organization trying to prioritize the framework which will not only achieve better internal alignment, but also make a strong impact externally. So now the last part is the conclusion part. So the conclusion, as we are going to wrap up the presentation, I want to highlight that integrating transformation leadership and FFP principle is not just a theoretical exercise, it is a strategy for sustainable change. Organizations must ensure their internal practices reflects the value they promote externally. By empowering the employees and giving them the equity, or embarrassing them with the equity, the fostering and about the fostering the engagement, we can build a future where workplace become a model of inclusion and fairness. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to present here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Savita Yadavji. I now request the experts for the comments.
Thank you, Dr. Savita Yadavji, for your presentation. I wanted to know what type of organizations do you have in mind for your survey?
Actually, ma'am, I'm having a mind in the automobile industry because I done my PhD research in the transformation, leadership, and the employee empowerment in the automobile industry. So I want to carry forward my the research with the policy of foreign feminist policy.
So which automobile industry? Because
Uh,
I have heard that Maruti has 40% women employees.
yes, ma'am.
Which are the other ones? So you are in Gurugram.
Yes,
Are
I
you
am
in?
going. I will cover the all Delhi NCR units
No.
to conduct the survey.
So which are the automobile industries with a very high participation of skilled women employees? And they are not only from India, no? They are from several parts of the world, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Honda
Yes.
is there. Yeah.
Honda. I will work on that because I am not having the particular clarity about that this parameter of the automobile industry. So I'm working on that. When I will complete the research essay, I will come with the answers of that thing.
No, there have been couple of articles in on automobile industries in Economic Times, in which they have said that they are highly competent engineers and skilled women from in the diverse skills that they have in this plant, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Especially after the Maruti
Yes, ma'am,
strike,
yes.
no, where a lot of violence took place. Employers are also in favor of employing women engineers rather than the murder of manager which happened, no, couple of
Yes, ma'am.
10 years back. So that is also one of the reasons, to avoid shop floor level violence. They have adopted the policy of feminization.
Yes, ma'am.
That is, so you can even examine that angle.
Okay, sure, ma'am.
Because now you don't need a brute force for a production of car. Everything is highly automated. They are
Yes.
employing robo and they are employing very extremely strong automated plants. So what you need is alertness and managing the technologies, no? Which these women professionals are competent. I think even in Kerala, in Cochin also they.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sure.
Simi Mehta ji.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very interesting, innovative subject.
Thank you.
All right, so now I invite Veronica Roy ji.
Veronica, no.
Do I need to share my PPT? Oh, okay. Hello, everyone.
Introduce yourself.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, Fizaji. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. Today, I'm going to, my name is Tornika, and I'm a PhD scholar in Jawaharlal Nehru University, pursuing my PhD in Korean studies, and that's one of the reasons why I have chosen this topic. And right now, I'm in Korea for my field research, and the political condition of Korea is kind of not good right now. And so today I'm going to present on Women Cross DMZ, which is a women-led peace initiative striving for reconciliation on the Korean Peninsula. It was established in 2014 to mobilize women globally for peace in Korea through education, advocacy, and organizing. And it gained recognition, as you can also see in this picture, for its historic crossing of the Korean demilitarized zones, which divides South Korea and North Korea in 2015, involving two Nobel Peace Laureates, feminist icon Gloria Steinem and 10,000 Korean women, both from both sides of DMZ. And the foundational ideology behind Women Cross DMZ is the Feminist Peace Initiative, which aims to reorient US foreign policy from militarism and endless wars towards justice, peace, and collective security. It also actively opposes imperialism, white supremacy, and patriarchy, and implements its approach through grassroots education and engagement with policymakers. Next slide, please. So, talking about the problem, the Korean War and its aftermath are often studied through the lens of international relations, focusing on state actors, military strategies, and power politics. In this narrative, the roles of women, whether as peace advocates, soldiers, or negotiators, are largely overlooked.
The prevailing focus on issues like comfort women or even wartime slavery has overshadowed the broader contributions of women to peace building, especially in Korea. And here lies the research gap. There's a limited academic attention on how initiatives like Women Cross DMZ, driven by women's activism, shape peace and reconciliation efforts of two Koreas. And I aim to address this by exploring three key objectives: how women's approaches to peace building differ from traditional, often male dominated strategies, the intersectionality of Women Cross DMZ's activism, combining feminism, anti-imperialism, and anti-militarism, and the role and impact of Women Cross DMZ on inter-Korea relations. Next slide, please. To further guide this exploration, I have identified 4 research questions. What motivates Women Cross DMZ to engage in Korean peace building? What feminist theories underpin their strategies? How does Women Cross DMZ mobilize activism for peace? And what challenges hinder their efforts? For this research, I have adopted a qualitative methodology. I will be interviewing some members from Women Cross DMZ and employing feminist theories with human rights activist explanations. There will be case studies of significant events like peace marches and cross-border dialogues. And there will be archival research since I'm in Korea, I can visit the South Korean museums, and there are some memorials, especially on comfort women and also some women, how they participated in the Korean War. And the theoretical framework combines insights from Cynthia Enloe, who argues that militarization reinforces patriarchal attitudes, and Judith Ann Tickner, who highlights how militarized societies construct gender identities and that perpetuate inequality. And this approach allows me to analyze Women Cross DMZ's activism through both a feminist lens and the geopolitical complexities of Korean Peninsula. Next slide, please. My research contributes to the feminist peace studies by placing women at the center of Korean geopolitics, an area traditionally dominated by masculine narratives of security and conflict. It also sheds light on transformative potential of women-led initiatives in militarized societies. There are preliminary findings on 3 key themes. First is intersectionality, how Women Cross DMZ activism uniquely blends feminism with broader critiques of imperialism and militarism. Impact: events like DMZ peace walks have garnered international recognition and grassroots support, demonstrating the power of women's collective action. And the challenges, such as structural barriers like national security law and societal stigmas against women. Next slide.
Veronica ji, can you wrap up now?
Yeah, I am concluding. In conclusion, Women Cross DMZ illustrates the critical role women play in fostering dialogue and building peace on the Korean Peninsula, and their grassroots mobilization and feminist advocacy not only amplify marginalized voices, but also challenge traditional hierarchical approaches to the peace negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I invite the experts for the comments.
Yeah. So this Women Cross DMZ, I think it's a very new dimension that you have brought in. We receive their emails very regularly. But what has been its reach in other nation states? Have they been able to reach out? Gloria Steinem, yes, she's an iconic figure. But again, yes, she has taken some of very controversial issues, controversial stand vis-a-vis Syria, Iraq, and so many Islamic countries, no? Where
Yes,
it becomes the white man's burden to rescue Muslim women from the cruel Muslim man, no? So that kind of stand Gloria Steinem has taken. So to what extent, like you can see, that this particular movement is away from Islamophobia, no? Or
ma'am, actually, may I speak now?
Yeah.
Ma'am, actually, what I have learned so far, and there's a very popular documentary also on this. Gloria Steinem was contacted, and there were some more like popular feminist icons especially for the walk. But I think there are more events, and they're very active in the US. They are consistently talking with the US authorities and leaders to somehow bring peace. And on the other hand, in Korea, the founder of Women Cross DMZ, she was banned to visit South Korea. She was supposed to give this lecture just because she had, mentioned North Korea in a positive way. So because of national security law, she was banned from entering. So it's a very paradoxical situation. Like, they're very active in US, whereas they are not very active in South Korea, and some people actually look down upon their efforts. So I hope this.
And also suspicious also, no?
Yes,
because
yes,
they digitally they are very powerful. All of
Yes.
them, they continuously you receive their link for the blogs and emails and all. But people, the to what extent they are truly post-colonial or critical of imperialism and the white feminist agenda, no? Of
Yes, ma'am.
paternalistic concern for women from the colonies.
Yes.
So you have encountered that.
Yes, ma'am. Even ma'am, right now Korea's like just 3 days ago there was a martial law in Korea for about 6 hours, and I just read one of the post by the founder. They are organizing this huge protest to impeach the president in Honolulu. So they try to be connected, but as you rightly said, there are challenges, and I'm hoping to explore those through this paper and this opportunity, ma'am.
It's very brave of you to take up this issue. Very important. And new ones,
Thank you,
new
ma'am.
knowledge we get. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Is Simi ma'am here for the comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. And very interesting. I concur with Professor Patel. And I just wanted to know what is the view. Have they brought out any communique or something, or a release about the martial law and what? Then I heard from you that yes, they are planning a protest. But then again, it is out of the country. So that is also quite interesting. Dichotomous, I would like to say. So let us see how things proceed. But are you also trying to bring in the role of Japan when you're talking about the issue of comfort women? And is this country also going to figure in this topic?
Ma'am, for now, I don't think I will be bringing Japan too much, because Korea was also, when under Park Chung-hee's dictatorship, Korea also had comfort women stations to please the American soldiers who stayed after the Korean War, and there are about still 28,000 troops staying in the Korean soil. So it's very, if I bring it, I have to be very critical of it. So for now, maybe not, but like as I mentioned, if I bring it, I have to look both sides, not just the Japan, but also like how Korea used its women to sell their bodies to gain foreign exchange during the authoritarian.
I get your point. Thank you. Thank you.
Same with Philippines and
Yes, ma'am.
Thailand also. That's it. But these 25,000 US soldiers, are they there with the families or alone?
Ma'am, it depends, and because of Korea's low fertility rates right now, a lot of them actually having not
Marriages.
like Korean women are marrying US. So it depends. Some people are with their families, but not a lot, because they live in bases. So
These are the realities we are not familiar with. It's totally new knowledge. Yeah.
Nice, interesting topic.
Very
Especially.
interesting.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Shreya Pandeji to go on with her presentation. Dr. Shreya Pandeji.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm just trying to share this. Wait, stop others saying, do you want to continue?
I guess you're
I have
We
already.
are able to see. We are able to see your PPT also in a
Okay.
slideshow mode. So no problem.
Oh, so can you stop? I already shared it. Can you just cancel it for me? How do I cancel this?
Do you need to cancel? It's already there.
you want to continue?
Um, ma'am, I will be sharing if that's okay. You have
Okay,
sent the
yeah.
PPTs. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. I am Dr. Shreya Pandey. I'm an assistant professor at St. Xavier's College, Ranchi University, Ranchi. Yes, I'm based in Ranchi. So I will be presenting on making sense of the feminist component in the international security framework. So actually, I think this is a very, very preliminary dive that I'm trying to make into feminist studies. I have never actually written or dabbled with this, so I thought I need to understand this topic more. Can you please change? Can I change? Yes. So the research gap that I think I need to see is that a lot of feminism has seeped into the interstices of the international security framework, and but the impact assessment of this unique perception and orientation in the field of international security has not been dealt with adequately. So I would like to find out in concrete terms as to how feminism is impacting the discourse on security in the international sphere. Of course, with ma'am's guidance, I would know how far I can go and how deep I can delve into. But yes, I have made a preliminary attempt into understanding and trying to just follow the trajectory. Um, how do I change the uh, slide? Can I go to yes, the objectives. So my objectives would be that I would like to understand the uniqueness and newness imbibed in the international security framework as a result of the inclusion of feminist theory, thinking, and concepts. So this will be largely a conceptual study which I want to do, and an effort to understand the correlation between feminist thinking and the adopted international security framework would be something that I'd like to understand, and I'd like to assess the degree to which feminist thinking has been thoroughly embraced by other international relation thinkers, the thinkers who are on the other side. um, um, yes. So my research questions would be: what is the brief of feminism in the international security framework? What does it want to achieve? How are the different women stakeholders in combat zones affecting the feminist discourse within the international security framework? And how has feminist thought changed the discourse of understanding international security? So, roughly these questions I'd like to answer. Then, if I come to the literature review, this is a small snippet of all that I have gathered and understood actually till now. Of course, it is a huge ocean, but nevertheless, what I understood was that feminism and the discipline of IR, academic feminism, and the discipline of IR, they actually started their journeys almost roughly at the same time, and they had to contend with the war-torn 20th century. But IR, of course, made waves because so much was happening at Versailles, but then the role of women was largely neglected. As we can see, the 1919 International Congress of Women did not really get a lot of visibility. So, of course, an angst and a disapproval was being nursed by the feminist and gender scholars who criticized the core issues that IR was actually dealing with. Can I go on to the next slide? Then countries that are known to believe in values and who are they are generally considered to be good states, and they strive for global justice, and they promote international citizenship. So this is about integral humanism that we are talking about with the first set of countries. But then there are others. There is a certain another category which actually has congruent views on global politics, but they also assess things and they look into the roots and causes and catalysts of violence in communities and societies and institutions. Now, this is largely considered to be an alternative view, and feminism actually falls within this bracket. So, saying that this is a very distant ideological stand would not be right. And so, feminism is definitely a well-defined departure from neo-realist framework, but not something that is completely alien. As the 2015 United Nations review also states, that feminist foreign policy therefore includes whole populations. It appreciates diversity, it inspires comprehensive analysis, and leaves no one behind. um can we go on? Yes. So Anne Tickner, as we know, she said that states are deeply gendered hierarchies, and she also expressed her frustration regarding the fact that not many people were the IR theorists. Actually, they refused to engage with feminist theory, and this was largely because of their ignorance, and they were oblivious about the significant contributions made by feminist thinking. And another fear that seemed to haunt the IR thinkers on the other side was that if they engage in a serious debate with feminists, then they would be the subject of personal attacks for their motives. So Weber, in fact, has given it in written, that when he made an attempt to engage in the relationship between institutional theory and feminist analysis in 1994, there was complete silence on substantive matters, and he was accused of manipulation and co-option. But not all IR thinkers think so. For instance, Keohane, he actually said that he was ready, and he did engage in a constructive manner with feminist theory, and he welcomed the concepts on gender that have made space for themselves within the discipline of IR. The next
Shreya Pandeyji, you have exceeded your time limit by around 2 minutes now. So can you wrap up?
All right. Oh, just three short sentences. I mean, 3 points actually. So, basically, feminism has long been perceived to be intertwined with peace and non-violence, but then we see it to be outside war, and it is supposed to be on ethical lines, but it is so much inside IR because all the research is happening here. And we also see that women participation is recognized in various capacities. They actually play the role of suicide bombers, guerrillas, terrorists, as well as war leaders. So the role of women and gender politics in the discipline of IR is something that I would like to see as part of this paper. Next slide, please. Just quickly tell you. Yes, and here I actually want to look at the aporia, that is the sex gender paradox, which is actually a contradiction, and it is not dialectics where we see a synthesis. So basically, this is about disrupting the trajectory, it is about emptying out its fullness and opening out its closure. Because of paucity of time not being able to say this, but this is so important that it is very evident that the sex gender paradox can never be successfully grappled with, and this is something that I'd like to examine as part of my paper. Next slide, please. Research methodology I'd skip, and I'll just straight away come to the last slide, which is the chapterization. So I intend to deal with the introduction, feminism and IR, feminist theory, thought and concepts, women stakeholders in the combat zone, and assessment of the inroads made by feminist theory within the ambit of international security, and conclusion. Thank you so much.
Now, I request the experts to give their comments.
Comprehensively dealt with the issue, which goes into both concepts and theories. So which are the international relation theories you are going to focus on? And also I wanted to know that women stakeholders in the combat zones, which you have defined as in Iraq, Kashmir, and Rwanda. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am, this was actually part of the theory that I was looking on. I did not think about zeroing in on them specifically, but of course, I was also planning maybe to look at Ukrainian women, what is happening to them as of now, because this would be some
But they
uncharted
are not in
territory.
they are in combat zone as a survivor, but they have not
Yes.
taken to arms. No, women in Ukraine have not taken to arms. Yeah.
Yes,
And
ma'am,
plus
but
their integration has also been very smooth, no? Because they share the same European culture. They look like this thing. They are
Yes,
educated.
ma'am. Actually, I heard some blogs from the Russian side, in fact, and there were these women, actually, some from Ukraine who moved to Russia and some from Russia to Ukraine, and they were actually coming up with very, very unique stories because they belong to different background. One was an actress, the other one was working in a mundane factory. So how the war was impacting them. I don't know whether I mean, how I could include all of that as well.
But many of them migrated to European countries also. No? They
Yes,
got the
ma'am. Yes,
refugee
ma'am.
status.
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, ma'am, the Russian women have been very, very bold and they've taken a stand. So
Yeah,
I didn't know about this, and I thought, I mean, everybody thinks that Russia is on the is on the offensive side. So
yeah, and in that
things.
statement on February 26, 2060 was extremely brave, no? They
Yes, ma'am.
being
Yes,
in
ma'am.
Russia and critiquing the state. And I think they
Yes,
must
ma'am.
have faced a lot of backlash.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Such
ma'am.
a strong message on peace they have given. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. This,
Sorry,
so
ma'am.
yeah, and about international relations thinkers. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I was actually just exploring the text, not that I was in particular looking at anything. I was just going through the articles, and as and when I was finding certain references, I was just noting them down. So just going with the flow, I didn't have a direction as such. It was a freewheeling exercise.
Yeah, but Professor Sanjukta Bhattacharya has also taken up the whole canvas of international
Yes, ma'am.
relations theory, no? The realistic
Yes, ma'am. That was
theory
a
and
very, very
constructivist
useful
theory
session.
and yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
will go through that session again, ma'am. I mean,
The
twice or
videos,
thrice.
yes.
That's very
And
useful.
even she
Yes,
has
ma'am.
given readings, no? Readings also. You can
Yes,
go.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. All the
Thank you so
best.
much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Now I invite Dr. Simi Mehta for her comments.
Yeah. Nice presentation, Shreya. Very good. Congratulations. My only
you.
comment is that if you could zero in on some case studies, some countries, as Madam has
Yes.
mentioned, that would really give a lot of
Mhm.
meat to the entire study. So if
Yes,
that
yes,
can be
yes.
incorporated. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. Ma'am, do you have any
Association.
suggestion as to some concrete, I mean, some area which I should take up? Russia, Ukraine is one I'm interested in because I belong to European studies.
Yeah. So I think
Maybe I
that
could
would be
look at.
really good. Yeah. Yeah. Because
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have
Yes, ma'am.
a perspective for Russia and Ukraine from the European feminists, no one from
Mhm.
our area, no, like the Asians
Mhm.
feminists and all, they have not studied. So I think that would bring it new knowledge. Because about Rwanda and Kashmir, lot is written from our
Mhm.
perspective. But
Yes, ma'am.
the insights of the post-colonial countries have not come vis-a-vis Ukraine
Yes, ma'am.
war and also
Yes,
both the
ma'am.
Russian and because Russian feminist statement was highly publicized, so we managed to get it. But
Yes,
otherwise,
ma'am.
what are the other dynamics we don't know about?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can
Yes,
focus on
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And with this, we have the last fellow for today, Fatima ji. Can you go on with your presentation? Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Can you share my presentation? Okay. Thank you. My topic is youth perspectives on the role of women in foreign policy in Pakistan. It's a very simple topic. Can you change the slide? Okay. What I will do is I have designed around 8 to 10 questions regarding the youth opinion on women's politics and their involvement in foreign policy making in Pakistan. The research gap is that you can find
are on mute.
You're not able to see her.
Ma'am, was she audible to you before when she was
Not audible, not visible. Even PPT is gone. Yeah. Now she's back. Yeah. She's back. Yeah, now she's back.
I'm really sorry. Something happened with the internet.
No, I understand.
So you can start over. I'll start the time again.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. So my research is about youth perspective, what youth thinks about women's politics and their participation in foreign policy. The research gap is that currently we don't have any opinion-based research on youth on this topic. The research question is that how does youth view women's role and participation in designing foreign policy and their participation in politics? It sounds very basic, but the thing is, I got this idea from seeing vintage photographs of Pakistani women in 60s and 70s era. The change came in around 80s. In 1970s, a dictator came, he brought Islamization, and then you can see the rising extremism in